Thank you, Colton. Appreciate it. Good morning. I'm Juliana Reshik, and I serve as the president of the Kansas State Board of Nursing. I ask the members of the board to respond to a roll call to signify their presence at this open meeting that is being conducted remotely. Rebecca Sonder.
Present.
Adri Goldsmith.
Present.
Patricia Zeller. I believe she is absent. Andrea Watson. And I believe she is absent. Melissa Orpeza.
Present.
Lori Owen.
Present.
Giovanni Gonnet.
Present.
Gita Noble.
Present.
Okay. I ask the following staff members who are also present to respond. Carol Moreland, Executive Administrator.
Present. Present.
Adrian Guerrero, Director of Operations.
Present.
Linda Davies, Practice Specialist.
Present.
Janelle Martin, Nursing Education Compliance Officer. Chelsea Stevenson, Education Specialist.
Present.
Jill Simmons, Executive Assistant.
Present.
Before we begin the meeting, I want to make the following statements regarding this meeting that is being conducted remotely. Public comment allows individuals to address the board about their concerns, but the Kansas Open Meetings Act, which is known as KOMA, does not require the board to provide public comment or answer questions from individuals. Today, we will not have public comment due to the length of the meeting and the possibility that the connection for the remote meeting may be lost. Because we are conducting this meeting via Zoom and YouTube, I state for the record the following. On June 13th, 2022, the board sent notice of the meeting for the board to all individuals who have requested notice of the board's meetings. Additionally, the notice and agenda were posted on the board's website, ksbn.kansas.gov. The notice contains the internet links to attend the meeting by Zoom and YouTube. The notice also contains the Zoom telephone number to attend the meeting. These electronic mediums allow the public to attend the meeting free of charge by either video conference or telephone. The notice also advises individuals to contact the board's office at 785-296-2967 if they experience a technical difficulty during the meeting. You may obtain a copy of the notice and agenda at the website or by sending an email to carol.moreland@ks.gov with the subject line, request for the agenda, and the board staff will send it to you. The only mediums for interactive communication offered for this meeting are the connections by Zoom and YouTube as previously stated. Each member of the board staff, or presenter shall state the person's name and title each time the person speaks or votes, as the case may be. Each participant to this meeting shall ensure microphones, phones, or other electronic devices are on mute when the participant is not speaking. Each motion will be clearly stated before the board votes, and the president will announce the results of the final vote. A statement or motion will clearly identify and authorize by delegation each member of the board or staff who will be permitted to sign any document on behalf of the board. The meeting is being recorded and the recording will be posted to the board's website. The board has the following items listed on the agenda: call to order, review of on-site packet, additions or revisions to the board's agenda, announcements, approval of minutes of the board's meeting in November 16, 2021, January 7, 2022, March 30, 2022, and March 6, 2022, and May 6th, 2022, and May 23rd, 2022. Consent item agendas, agency reports, committee reports, unfinished business, new business, executive session if needed, agenda for September 2022 meeting, and adjournment. As noted above, the board may take an executive session. If the board elects to exercise the option to go into executive session, the board will follow this process. First, the board must be in open session before going to an executive session. Then a motion will be made and seconded. pursuant to KSA 75-4319B, the motion must contain the statement of justification for closure, the subjects to be discussed, and the time and place that the open meeting will resume. If a motion for executive session passes, public will be excluded from this portion of the meeting, as the executive session will be conducted by electronic means that will not be made available to the public. The board members will return to the open meeting after the executive session. The open meeting will resume when the board members return to Zoom and YouTube meeting after the executive session. The complete motion for an executive session will be recorded in the minutes. The meeting is now called to order, and the board will begin the meeting with the next agenda item. So I think we are ready to review our on-site packet.
Madam President, there is no on-site packet. This is Carol.
Great, thank you very much. Any additions or revisions to our agenda today? Oh, I think you're on mute, Carol.
Sorry. This is Carol, not that I'm aware of.
Great. All right, and announcements. I do have one announcement. I would like to formally recognize Carol Moreland. She will be honored at the upcoming mid-year meeting for her 5 years of service and the role of Executive Director for the Kansas State Board of Nursing. Carol's a phenomenal leader and has done a lot for us throughout the state of Kansas and nursing. And she's been with the board much longer than 5 years, but she will receive some recognition this summer at that mid-year meeting. And we are very grateful to have you representing us, Carol. So thank you for all you do.
Thank you.
Any other announcements? Okay, let's look at some approval. We've had a lot of activity here recently, so we have a lot of minutes to approve. So let's look at these minutes from November 16th of 2021.
And Madam President, this is Jill. I will have some motions to read when you're ready for the minutes to be approved.
Jill, did you plan to do those all at once, or do you want to do them individually?
I was planning on doing them individually.
Okay, that sounds great. I think we're ready for the November 16th meeting when you're ready, Jill.
Is there a board member who would like to make the following motion? I move to approve the minutes from the November 16, 2021 special board meeting as written.
This is Rebecca Sander, board member. I so move.
Thank you, Rebecca. Is there a second?
This is
Go ahead.
sorry. This is Melissa Oropeza, board member. I second.
Thanks, Melissa. All right, any discussion? All in favor signify by saying yes.
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 Any opposed signify by saying no. And any abstentions? Motion carries. All right, let's look at the January 7th, 2022 special board meeting minutes. Jill, we're probably ready when you are.
Okay. Is there a board member who would like to make the following motion? I move to approve the minutes from the January 7th, 2022 special board meeting as written.
This is Melissa Oropeza, board member. I so move.
Thank you, Melissa. Is there a second?
This is Lori Owen, board member. I'll second.
Thank you, Lori. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying yes.
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 Any opposed signify by saying no. Any abstentions? Motion carries. take a look at the March 30th, 2022. That was our board meeting. That wasn't a special one. That was our board meeting. Jill, we're probably ready when you are.
Is there a board member who would like to make the following motion? I move to approve the minutes from the March 30th, 2022 board meeting as written.
This is Melissa Orpeza, board member. I so move.
Thank you, Melissa. Is there a second?
Adri Goldsmith, board member, I second.
Thank you, Adri. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying yes.
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 Any opposed signify by saying no. And any abstentions? Motion carries. Okay, we have one last special board meeting on May 6th of 2022. Jill, we're probably ready when you are.
Is there a board member who would like to make the following motion? I move to approve the minutes from the May 6th, 2022 special board meeting as written.
This is board member Melissa Orpeza. I so move.
Thank you, Melissa. Is there a second?
Rebecca Sander, board member, I second.
Thanks, Rebecca. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Any opposed signify by saying no. And any abstentions? Motion carries. Okay, I don't believe we have any consent item agendas. So we'll move on to agency reports. Carol, you want to open us up?
Madam President and board members, you should have my report under staff reports if you want to follow through, or you can just listen, whichever you would like to do. Upcoming NCSBN meetings, the annual meeting is on August 17th through 19th in Chicago. This is the annual business meeting. And so we always have 2 voting delegates from our board, our board and agency. Typically the ones that go as the voting are the board president and myself, but I just have to kind of get verification from you all as to who those voting delegates would be so that I can get them registered for the event. The voting delegates have to go to Chicago. Now there is a virtual option for this annual meeting also, but whoever represents KSBN as a voting delegate does have to go in person.
Okay. That sounds great, Carol. I'm planning to go, so.
Okay, so you just want those, all right, okay. The other ones are listed there just to kind of let you just an update on staffing. We still are doing the hybrid staffing, and like almost 67% are in the hybrid schedule, which means they have to be in the office a minimum of 8 hours a week. I think it's going well. The performance indicators are staying up, so we're continuing down that path. The staff are much happier when they're able to work remotely some. Board member terms, okay, they're all listed there. However, there has been a change since this was done. Jade Ramsdell resigned her board position effective immediately. So there is a vacant public member position right now. And then you see that there's 2 whose terms end tomorrow, basically on the 30th. And Patsy is not eligible for reappointment because it was her 2nd term. But Geeta is available for reappointment if that's what she wants, I think. I mean, you have to fill out an application and all of that. I did notify the governor's office and remind them of the vacancies that we have. So hopefully they will get working on them. They did assure me that they will be working on them. And they wanted to know when the next board meeting was. So maybe we'll have some action and we'll have new board members by September. We'll wait and see. Another thing that I wanted to remind you of, Jill will be sending out before the September meeting the sheet that you fill out where you document your committee assignments that you would like to have. It is very important that you fill this out. You can do like first choice, second choice, third choice, I think something like that. Because at the September meeting, after the election of officers and after the meeting is over, the president and vice president meet to make the committee assignments. So that's why we need to know this information back to Jill before September. So she will be emailing that out to you. And we'll try to do a push just so that you know that it's out there. And if you could take a look at it, I'd appreciate that. I did put information about the board member vacancy in the next newsletter that's coming out. Regulation revisions. I haven't done much work to the CNE or the graduate nursing education regs because I've been working on the APRN. Strategic plan, we'll be finishing that up, and I will have the one from 2019 through June 30th of 2022 in the September board meeting packet, so you can see the final one of those. Budgets. We just finished fiscal year 22, or I'm sorry, we'll finish it tomorrow. June 30th is the last. And then we start on fiscal year 23 on July 1st. I will be doing budgets for fiscal year 23, 24, and 25. And should have more feedback on that at the September meeting. I'm going to skip over the Senate sub for House Bill 2279 implementation. I have several things to say on that, but it is an agenda item, so I'll just kind of wait and talk about it there. You just saw the meetings that I attended, and some of them, several of them were virtual, but you know, they're starting back in person, so I think that's a good thing. And we don't have a whole lot more to report on CE Broker. We've kind of put it on hold a little bit until we get everything ready for the APRN implementation Friday. And so then we'll start back working on CE Broker with them. The only thing that I've got attached to this is a letter from Jay Douglas, the NCSBN board president. And I think that's all I have. Thank you. If you have any questions.
Thank you very much, Carol. We appreciate it. Adrian, would you like to give us your update?
Sure. Good morning, Madam President, members of the board. Adrian Guerrero, Director of Operations. My report is listed in your packet. If I had a theme this quarter, I would have to say that it's like infrastructure update time, because there's a lot of things kind of underneath the public view that are getting done. You know, we're replacing equipment, we're tidying up policies, working on things like that. So all very, very important things. Some of them are going to impact the board members, and we'll get to that at some point. But some of the highlights, you'll see, as Carol mentioned, been working on some things with the NCSBN Board of Directors. It's getting close to their time for their annual meetings, so it gets busy for me. So that's one thing that I've been working on. And then one very positive thing that's happened is Michelle is working with us in the operations department now, which is wonderful to have some help. So she's cleaning up the continuity of operations plan for us and helping me with some HR files. We're trying to do some changes in the way that we do that. So it's been wonderful to have that help. So I wanted to recognize her for that. Thank you, Michelle. And then some of the other things that are going on, We've been changing some of the infrastructure things. Servers are getting moved and updated. A little update on the data center project. Told the finance committee this morning is a little refresher. The company that we're using got sold or merged, what have you, with a different company. And so unfortunately, we're losing the Topeka data center location that we use. So was kind of bummed because things are working so well, but we're working on a solution. And actually we had some meetings yesterday that I feel pretty positive about. So we're kind of moving forward with some plans with that, and hopefully I'll have some more information in September. The bottom line is we have to be moved out by the end of the year, so something has to happen. We're doing a lot of work on the policies for information security. You're going to hear some updates with the CD broker. There's also some data sharing things that are going into place for other agencies. So we have to get data sharing agreements in place. And so I've been working with the state information security officer on that. It also happens to be time for us to do our annual IT reporting and security reporting. So there's a lot of things like that. Also coincides with the fiscal ending, which Jill and Carol and I have been working on. All of that's getting tidied up too, since it's the end of the fiscal year. So a lot of things are going on in that regard. Wanted to recognize our new employee, Sharon Oxby. She's working back doing some scanning, and you'll see kind of clear down at the bottom of our report. Just thought, a lot of times it's sort of hard to visualize physical things that go into a computer. I mean, they're just bits and bytes. And so took some pictures of some things that we're doing. And, right now we're bringing in and scanning and doing some projects to get records into the scanning system. And it quite literally is stacking up. The boxes are very tall. But what's a wonderful thing is that all of those things are being put into the information system or have already been put in. And so, it's a physical representation of things that are being modernized. So that's really wonderful. And I think that's going to help out Linda's team, that they'll have all of that information available to them, because most of that is actually investigative and discipline files. We're also doing some things for the staff. We've replaced, I know it seems like a little thing, but it's, a big thing in the grand scheme of things, replacing all the monitors and all of those things for staff so that they have more visual viewing. Now that we're putting more things on the computers, it's nice to have more real estate. So that has been nice. And Tony and Colton have been helping me with that, which is wonderful. And then the parts that'll kind of impact you guys, as I said, it's time for us to do a lot of our trainings and our recertifications and all of those things. And pleased to announce that the staff have completed all of the information security courses, which there are 2 of them we have to do. And then we're finalizing paperwork as well as a personnel training that they have to go through. So those will be done hopefully this month, or probably by next month. But now I need the board to do to do that end. It is a requirement of our information security policy that the board goes through the basic level information security assurance course. And basically what it is, our staff has a little bit larger one than probably you guys will have, but it's mostly just some little 4 or 5 minute videos or less that you have to walk through. Takes a little bit of time. You don't have to do it all at once. You can do it in chunks, but I would like to try to get this completed by the September meeting, because that's when I actually have to report this to the state and I have to show who did and who did not do it. And so we would appreciate it if you could do that. And you'll be receiving an email here pretty soon from the Information Security Office that kind of walks you through it, and it gives you a link for you to go through. And if you could let us know when those are completed, that would be appreciated. Also, another nice thing that's going on is we're going to be replacing your iPads with laptops, and they have came in. So took a little bit. Things were back ordered like everyone else in the world's dealing with. But we're going to get those ready for the September meeting. And I haven't quite worked out how we're going to actually do the training for you guys and try to coordinate it in with the meeting. One thing I wanted to see what you thought about it is if we did kind of a working lunch or whatever, where we show you how to use the new equipment, if you would be open to that. we'll try to create some help guides and that sort of thing, but that might help give you guys some more real estate to work on your screens. And they're really nice laptops too. So, but with that, that is the end of my report, unless anyone has any questions.
Thank you very much, Adrian. I appreciate it. Chelsea Stevenson, would you like to give your update?
Sure, thank you. So my update is in your packet as well. For our CNE and IV therapy overview, we did have one new long-term provider approved in March. No voluntary relinquishments the last quarter. We have been very busy in reviewing single offering providerships. You'll see in my report, we have one organization that offers lots of different modules. So they submitted several this last quarter, but those are coming in. No new IV therapy providers. We did have a relinquishment of one of our IV therapy providers that you'll see there. It is excuse me, a busy time for CNE as far as our annual reports go. Those annual reports and the $50 annual fee for our long-term providers are due July 31st. So I have been working with those providers as well as our IV therapy providers that are required to submit that annual report. I've been working with them to get those submitted. So far, we are steady coming in, which is great news. They do have until the end of July, and that data covers up until July 30th of this year. So normally after the 30th of June, they start coming in really heavy. So we are tracking those as they come in that data. The IOA statistical report is the second page of my staff report. And you'll see there again, kind of just the trend of the IOAs coming in. They have gone down a little bit, which is common in the summertime. And as I mentioned before, we've been very busy as far as those single offering CNE providership applications go. And then finally, I did just want to share with the board that I have resigned from my position at Ksbn. My final day is July 22nd. So I did just want to say thank you to the board as well as to Carol just for allowing me this opportunity to serve in this capacity. I have learned a lot in my time here and have been very appreciative for this opportunity. So I just wanted to say thank you. And I am here for a few more weeks. So if you need anything at all, feel free to reach out. And that concludes my report.
Chelsea, we really appreciate all you've brought to the position and all you've done for us. So thank you very much. Your new adventures they should be honored to be getting you. So congratulations, and we will certainly miss you. So.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Any questions for Chelsea? All right. Linda Davies, would you like to give your update?
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. Can you hear me okay? Okay. Just checking, sometimes the microphone doesn't work well. So in your board packet, also under staff reports, you'll see my practice specialist report. We continue to process cases that have been received, and thus far for 2022, we're running about half of what we normally run, about 2,000 cases per year. That includes those from applications and from complaints. We are averaging, I got some data for you, we're averaging about 11 new complaints that are received weekly, and for which about 78% of those result in a case being opened. For cases to be opened, they have to meet the requirements of jurisdiction. Does Ksbn have the authority over their license? If they have a multi-state license or a single state license issued from Kansas, then yes, we would have jurisdiction. If they have a multi-state license from another state, also yes, because we could take action on their privilege to practice. So it has to meet that requirement, as well as the next requirement is the allegation presented on the complaint a violation of the Kansas Nurse Practice Act? So once the complaint is reviewed in professional review, then the next step is we look to see if it's a notation of a sworn complaint. And you'll see that the statistics for fiscal year 2022, we're averaging about 23% of the complaints we've received are sworn. And that's defined in KSA 65-11.2. You'll see too that the cases, impairment and abuse impairment also includes cases that relate to drug diversion. And those continue to be reported. I did not put this quarter's in because obviously tomorrow is the last day and we'll have more to add for that. And I'll present the entire fiscal year in September. The allegations on the complaint were reviewed for potential referral to the Kansas Nurse Assistance Program. And the referral to KNAP can be made at various times throughout the case investigation. So initially at complaint review, if the allegations warrant multiple drug diversions from multiple facilities, a previous history, non-compliance history with previous KNAP may warrant professional review to say, let's make a referral to KNAP. During the course of the case investigation, if the facts that are determined lead the investigator to believe that they would benefit, the licensee would benefit from KNAP, then of course we would make another referral at that time. And then of course from the investigative committee's determination of probable cause would be the final time that we would, that the board or board staff would have made a referral to KNAP. So we're trying to get people, licensees who perhaps need to have some assistance in recovery, timely referred to KNAP. Megan Kelly is due to speak later today about the KNAP program, and she is the KNAP program manager that I work closely with. She does a phenomenal job at KNAP working with the licensees. They do also report their statistical summaries by quarter, and the statistics here are for the first quarter of 2022, not the fourth quarter, that was last time, but they mirrored pretty much last time's quarter statistics as well. I think that the thing that was of surprising interest to me was that 37% of those that have been referred, not just from the board or board staff, but from employers, even self-referrals, 37% of them have refused to be monitored or to enroll. So I'm going to look more into this with Megan Kelly to see the reasons behind someone believing that they don't need to be enrolled in KNAP. And we could break that down then from there. Processing standards, I take these off of the performance-based budget outcome measures. The percentage of complaints received in the agency and reviewed by professional staff within 2 weeks still meets the requirement to be above 90% within 2 weeks of receipt. Our average number of days actually for calendar year 2022 is 6.9 days. So we're getting to them well within the 2 week window. The percentage of investigations completed within 9 months of opening the case. I had a computing error when I tried to do this. And so I'm going to have to work to see kind of how I get this number. I wasn't quite sure. There's 2 columns I'm supposed to be able to like get that number, and it didn't give me the number that I thought it would. So it was like, that's kind of strange. So I'll get more training and come back with you on this one. The number of nurses practicing without a current license, you'll see we had 48 that were unlicensed, that were determined to be unlicensed practice. And then we had 2 individuals presenting themselves with no nursing license, and so they were considered imposter. In September, I'll present baseline data as well as define the process of how the case complaint comes in the door and how we process to get to the case summary for presentation to the committee. That might help explain kind of what the committee also looks at and what they need to do. For the open records requests are still something that I review. For fiscal year 2022, we've had 79 requests and 3 are currently in the process. I think I just got another one Monday, but I've done 76, completed them. Averaging processing time, I've looked at that and it's running, or it depends basically on what's requested. How big is the file that's requested, where it's located, if it's on-site storage or off-site storage. You saw pictures of what we deal with from what Adrian sent to you. The format it is in, is it paper or is it electronic? If there is another state agency that has to be contacted to help retrieve documents, and is any part of the production requiring a redaction for privilege. Those things all weigh into how the processing for open records occurs. Generally, documents are produced between 1 and 3 months of receipt. 1 week and 3 months of receipt, sorry. Some things are very simple and they can go out the door within a week. Some things are much more involved and they take a little bit more time. There are outliers due to what is requested, like I said, and then where it is stored. Documents that are requested typically consist of disciplinary documents, and this is considered a public record and as such can be found on the Ksbn website under the discipline case load, under the discipline case list. You could search by a licensee and find if there's any current discipline on that licensee. Court documents that were sent to Ksbn relating to my previous application, licensees that were applying for another license in another state, and they want their previous court documents. They're also sending in open records requests for us to produce what they submitted to us previously. But I want to make note that, we do have a record retention policy of 10 years. And so we may or may not have those documents to produce back. The licensees need to, and applicants need to maintain their own court documents, because courts are also not maintaining documents past a certain period of time, depending on each court. When they write in and they want the entire investigative file, that's when it gets to be fun and very time consuming, because again, it depends. It depends on how many cases the licensee had and what is being asked to produce. So open records is not just, get them in, get them out the door. It's a process. Supervisory, I'm interviewing for several positions. Administrative specialist, Victoria Bond resigned and took another position in another state agency. And we've had ongoing receipt of applications and we've been interviewing. Thus far, we have not identified a potential hire at this point. We've also had interest in the part-time nurse investigator position. And we are setting up interviews for mid-July to start processing those, as well as the special investigator senior. That position just got posted, and I think I have 3. I just received another one that are interested in that position, so we'll be looking to set up interviews for them as well. Hopefully by September, I'm full with staff. So, and then to update on the investigative process changes. Carol and I met, and this quarter we also reviewed the Journal of Nursing Regulation article evaluating the operational efficiency of nursing regulatory boards discipline case management, which I believe was in the April edition of JNR. And I think all board members received that journal. Is that correct? So this article helped us identify 3 priorities from which we can work with to accommodate the board's goal. The first priority, increase investigative committee meetings to begin meeting monthly by December 2022. So some considerations regarding moving to monthly meetings include the impact on staff in preparing and facilitating an open meeting on a monthly basis. And this is not just that the investigative division staff, case investigators, compile their summaries and get their facts ready for presentation, but it also needs to include staff in IT, administration, because agendas, minutes, Zoom scheduling, the behind the scenes efforts are also needed to be considered. And all of those things are timely. A question also that was surfaced was, do we have statutory language for COMA versus CAPA? Currently, probable cause is determined under quasi-judicial, which isn't an open meeting. So do we need guidance and how and if this occurs? So I think that's something that we need to also look into. And then finally, for this priority, the commitment of committee members is an essential consideration. So it needs to be known up front and understood. And if there's questions from a board member that is looking to be perhaps on this investigative committee, if you want to reach out to me, I will certainly help answer questions and give you any type of training that I can do. I know Becky has done training in the past for new committee members. The second priority we identified was operational efficiency of case investigation. And what was interesting was that Journal of Nursing Regulatory article indicated a caseload per investigator averages 60 with 10 processing steps for 177 days for case completion. Our nurse investigators have over 150 cases per investigator, and that number is not decreasing. And then also the 177 days for case completion, if I look at 177 business days, that equates to about 9.5 months in the calendar year, because the calendar year for 2022 has 248 business days because it removes holidays and weekends. I'm going to say we pretty much hit that. We're close to that, depending on, again, what the allocation is and where the facts lead us, as well as the production from the facilities and the witness statements and things if they are received timely. The final priority that was determined from this article was that operational efficiency through the discipline process. After the committee makes the determination of probable cause and assigns discipline, these steps need to be defined through the disciplinary council, and their data will have to come from them. I don't keep track of that unless I'm directed by the board to do so. But I could, perhaps gather that and present it in my report. Finally, case processing definitions were drafted and proposed to the investigative committee. And so I'll tie all of those things up together in September when I do a case presentation of how we process cases. Some meetings that were attended mostly were virtual, except for one in person. The statement analysis interviewing techniques in Kansas City, all investigative staff were approved to attend, and they really enjoyed this training. It was one full day, and they learned different techniques to interview, questions, and then also how to interpret the answer that is relayed, and also how to identify deceptive responses and what to do and how to redirect questions. So they found this training to be very essential. And then the rest is just mostly what I've attended virtually, and some of the staff have also logged on and done some of these other webinars with me. So thank you, and I stand for questions.
Thank you, Linda. We appreciate your report. Carol, I know that Janelle's not here, and her report did seem very straightforward to me. I don't know if you wanted to make any comments in addition to her report, or just allow the board members to review her document.
Yeah, this is Carol Moreland, and I would just refer you to Janelle's report. She did a very good job of making it thorough. I don't think I have anything in addition to that.
I don't know if anybody had any questions. It seemed very straightforward to me, but I did get to participate in the education committee, so that may be why it was really clear to me. Okay, sounds great. Well, we appreciate all the work done by the agency staff. You do a fabulous job, and obviously none of this would be possible without all of you and the hard work you do. So thank you very much. Okay, we'll move on to our committee reports, and we'll start with the education committee. Becky, could I ask you to assume responsibility since I led the education committee? Okay. So with that being said, I'll just give a brief update. We have many motions to read, and I'll turn that over to Jill here in just a second. But from the committee, there was one item that I did want to make a few comments about. We had some legal interpretation of one of our regulations. I believe it was 60-2-103, and it is with respect to having preceptors, and it is not stated in our Nurse Practice Act that PM programs cannot have preceptors, but it is not acknowledged in that section. The preceptor guidelines are only specific to the professional nurse. And so based upon our legal review, preceptors are not to be used in PN programs. So there are, we believe, 8 programs that are using preceptors right now, 8 PN programs that are using preceptors. We are going to notify them by letter that based upon our recent legal review, that we would like them to become compliant with our regulations. In addition to that, we are going to be reviewing the regulations and evaluating whether that's appropriate or not. So there'll probably be more discussion and more to come in the future, but I did want the board to be aware of that communication that will be going out to those 8 schools. So with that, we have many motions and much action that we took at this committee. So Jill, or is it Chelsea? Are you going to read them for me?
Close, it'll be Michelle, I think.
Michelle, okay. Sorry, Michelle.
It's okay.
Go
Shall
ahead,
we start with Barton Community College?
Is there a board member that would like to make the following motion? It was moved to accept the site visit report for Barton Community College ADN program with recommendations and reapprove the ADN program for a time period of national accreditation.
This is Juliana, and I'll make that motion.
Adri Goldsmith, board member, I second.
It has been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say yes.
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 Yes. Yes.
Opposed, nay. Any abstentions? Motion carried.
Is there a board member that would like to make the following motion? It was moved to accept the site visit report for Barton Community College PN program with recommendations and reapprove the PN program for 5 years.
This is Juliana, and I'll make that motion.
Adri Goldsmith, board member, I second.
It has been moved in second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say yes.
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 Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Motion carried.
Is there a board member that would like to make the following motion? It was moved to accept the initial site visit report with recommendations for Barton Community College ADN program for a satellite campus at Pratt Community College and approve to admit 30 students annually beginning fall of 2022 with a site visit to occur with the next planned site visit for Barton Community College ADN program.
This is Juliana, and I'll make that motion.
Adri Goldsmith, board member, and I second.
It has been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
Is there a board member that would like to make the following motion? It was moved to hold the reapproval for Rasmussen Community College until September board meeting with when documents can be confirmed they have been received.
This is Juliana, and I will make that motion.
Adri Goldsmith, board member, I second.
It has been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor say yes.
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 Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Motion carried.
Is there a board member that would like to make the following motion? It was moved to accept the site visit report for Mid-America Nazarene University Traditional and Accelerated BSN program with recommendations and reapprove the BSN program for a time period of national accreditation.
This is Juliana, and I'll make that motion.
Adri Goldsmith, board member, I second.
It has been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor say yes.
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 Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
Is there a board member that would like to make the following motion? It was moved to accept the site visit report for Highland Community College Tech Center PN program with recommendations and reapprove the PN program for 5 years.
This is Juliana, and I'll make that motion.
Adri Goldsmith, board member, I second.
It has been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor say yes.
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 Yes. Yes.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
Is there a board member that would like to make the following motion? It was moved to accept the initial site visit report for Berkeley College BSN program and approve to admit 18 students per academic year fall of 2023 with a visit to occur after the first graduation.
This is Juliana, and I will make that motion.
Adri Goldsmith, Board Member, I second.
It has been moved and second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
Is there a board member that would like to make the following motion? It was moved to accept the recommendation for Colby Community College ADN program to remove conditional approval and return a full approval with the next site visit to occur at the time of national accreditation if no further problems occur.
This is Juliana, and I'll make that motion.
Adri Goldsmith, Board Member, I second.
It has been moved and seconded. Any further discussions? All those in favor say yes.
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 Any opposed, no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
Is there a board member that would like to make the following motion? It was moved to approve the major curriculum change request from Barton Community College ADN program to change NURS 1264 RN Leadership and Management from face-to-face to an online format.
This is Juliana, and I'll make that motion.
Adri Goldsmith, Board Member, I second.
It has been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor say yes.
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 Any opposed, nay? No. Motion carries.
Is there a board member that would like to make the following motion? It was moved to approve the major curriculum change request from Benedictine College to decrease credit hours for NURS 3210 Foundations of Nursing Practice Clinical from 157.5 clock hours to 135 clock hours.
This is Juliana, and I'll make that motion.
Adri, I second.
It has been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Those opposed, no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
Is there a board member that would like to make the following motion? It was moved to approve the major curriculum change request from Benedictine College to revise the nursing program philosophy.
This is Juliana, and I'll make that motion.
Adri, I second.
It has been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
Is there a board member that would like to make the following motion? It was moved to approve the major curriculum change request from Bethel College to add a new 1 credit hour nursing dosage calculation course to their curriculum.
This is Juliana, and I'll make that motion.
Adri, and I second.
It has been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
Is there a board member that would like to make the following motion? It was moved to approve the major curriculum change request from Bethel College to replace pharmacology 1, 2, 3 courses, 1 credit hour each, with 2 credit hour pharmacology courses.
This is Juliana, and I'll make that motion.
Adri, I second.
It has been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
Is there a board member that would like to make the following motion? It was moved to approve the major curriculum change request from Washburn University to change the psychiatric mental health nurse practitioner clinical courses to a variable credit hour structure with new course numbers and updates to course titles, course descriptions, and course outcomes.
This is Juliana, and I'll make that motion.
Adri, I second.
It has been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor say yes.
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 Yes. Any opposed, no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
Is there a board member that would like to make the following motion? It was moved to approve the major curriculum change request from Washburn University to adopt the new mission statement.
This is Juliana, and I'll make that motion.
There a second?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it did it. Adri, I second.
It has been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor say yes.
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 Yes. Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
Is there a board member that would like to make the following motion? It was moved to approve the major curriculum change request from Baker University to reduce the credit hours in NU 393L, Nursing a Person with Mental Health Alteration Clinical course from 1.5 to 1 credit hour.
This is Juliana, and I'll make that motion.
Adri, I second.
It has been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor say yes.
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 Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
Is there a board member that would like to make the following motion? It was moved to approve the major curriculum change request from the University of Kansas to change program objective number 4, replace clinical reasoning with clinical judgment.
This is Juliana, and I'll make that motion.
Adri, I second.
It has been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Those in favor say yes.
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 Any opposition? No. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
Is there a board member that would like to make the following motion? It was moved to approve the major curriculum change request from the University of Kansas to change NURS 331 basic assessment and clinical skills from 2 credit hour didactic and 1 credit hour of lab to 1 credit hour didactic and 2 credit hours of lab.
This is Juliana, and I'll make that motion.
Adri, I second.
It has been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor say yes.
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 Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
Is there a board member that would like to make the following motion? It was moved to approve the major curriculum change request from Pittsburgh State University BSN program, changing NURS 390, NURS 482, NURS 265, and NURS 470 from face-to-face to hybrid courses.
This is Juliana, and I'll make that motion.
Adri, I second.
It has been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion carries.
Is there a board member that would like to make the following motion? It was moved to approve the major curriculum change request from Neosho County Community College to merge NURS 115 and NURS 125, 2 and 1 credit hour respectively, into NURS 127 Professional Nursing Concepts Level 1 for 3 credit hours.
This is Juliana, and I'll make that motion.
Adri, and I second.
It has been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor say yes.
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 Opposed, no. Motion carries.
Is there a board member that would like to make the following motion? It was moved to approve the major curriculum change request from Neosho County Community College to merge NURS 235 1 credit hour and NURS 245 1 credit hour into NURS 247 Professional Nursing Concepts Level 2 for 2 credit hours.
This is Juliana, and I'll make that motion.
Adri, second.
It has been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor say yes.
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 Opposed, no. Motion carries.
Is there a board member that would like to make the following motion? It was moved to approve the major curriculum change request from University of St. Mary to change theory courses from face-to-face to an online platform for MS and FNP students.
This is Juliana, and I'll make that motion.
Adri, second.
It has been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor say yes.
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 Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
Is there a board member that would like to make the following motion? It was moved to approve the major curriculum change request from University of St. Mary to expand the current on-ground MSN FNP program, provide to an online option with a start date of fall of 2023.
This is Juliana, and I'll make that motion.
Adri, second.
It has been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor say yes.
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 Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
Is there a board member that would like to make the following motion? It was moved to approve the major curriculum change request from Washburn Institute of Technology to change PNS 121, PNS 145, PNS 232, and PNS 235 from in-person to hybrid courses.
This is Juliana, and I'll make that motion.
Adri, second.
It has been moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor say yes.
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 Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
Is there a board member that would like to make the following motion? It was moved to accept the IELTS with the minimum scores of a minimum score in reading of 6.5, minimum score in writing of 5.5, minimum score in speaking of 6.5, minimum score in listening of 6.5.
This is Juliana, and I make that motion.
Adri, second.
It has been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
Is there a board member that would like to make the following motion? It was moved to approve the petition for permission to test and retest summary from March 1st, 2022 through May 27th of 2022, which includes Jamie Lane, Karina Vasquez, Salina Johnson, Morgan Cozart, Gabrielle Torres, Lauren Harrington.
This is Juliana, and I'll make that motion.
Adri, second.
It's been moved in second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
And that is all the motion slips I have for today.
Thank you very much, Michelle. Becky, would you like me to take the meeting back?
Yes, please.
Then I'll ask you to do the investigative committee report.
Madam Chair, I do have a report and some motions. The investigative committee met on Monday. We had a total cases of 65. 22 had no action. 43 had probable cause action. We had one public censure. 5 suspensions, 3 revocations, and 3 KNAP evaluations. We pretty much, in case people were kind of curious, we also did some fines, a letter of concern, and CNEs. Then we discussed a study from the NCSBN Substance Use Disorder Monitoring Program. We have been invited to participate. So we did have a discussion, and I'll just kind of highlight this for the board because we do have to follow up the motion to see if the board would be interested in participating. The National Council State Board of Nursing, or the NCSBN, has conducted a previous retrospective study in 2020 that determined that monitoring program characteristics led to success. Set the number of drug tests per month and year, the number of days in the program, and the availability of the support group meetings attendance is what they use. They found that relapse was less likely to occur if the licensee completes the monitoring program. So NCSBN is now proposing a prospective longitudinal study that will build on this previous study to develop evidence-based program monitoring guidelines that positively impact program completion and correlate with successful re-entry to the practice. NCSBN is asking state boards of nursing to enroll by August 1st to join this study that begins September 1st, 9/1/2022. The investigative committee proposes that KSBN board consider enrolling in this study, as the outcomes of evidence-based program guidelines will benefit the licensee and the profession while ensuring patient protection. The outcome will establish a means for rehabilitation and re-entry to practice. The estimated time frame for the study is 5 years, with various phases being conducted. Now, it is early because we have to vote today before we get the really fine details. So enrollment into this study is dependent upon the language of the agreement, as well as any legal, fiscal, or operational considerations. So we are aware of all that. We're asking today if the board would be interested in signing up today, and once then it's open and we can read more information about it. If there's anything in that point in time that would not work for our agency, then we just wouldn't move forward. But we don't really want to miss the window to notify them that we would be interested in being participants in this grant study, in the study. And it sounds really not neat because some of the outcomes would help us, I think, on our end when we work with.
Would it come back again for a vote for final approval? This would just open the window to allow us to get additional information, right, and the board would get a final opportunity to make the decision whether we actually participate.
Now, let me ask Linda to chime in because she might know the answer to that question. I can't remember, Janelle, for sure. I mean, Juliana. So Linda, do you know for sure that we would follow up with another motion in September?
I've not seen anything after this one presentation about this study, so I don't know if anything's coming out and when it would come out. I just know we have
your microphone's really bad, Linda, but we do.
Sorry.
Okay, we do have the right though to change our mind, right? Even though we enrolled, we still.
I don't know. I mean, I was only part of this one of our presentations. So, Adrian, with NCSBN, do we have your agreement out there already, or is that in the works still? Maybe Adrian knows more about that study.
Yeah, I believe there would be an agreement that we would need to do with them, and we could certainly get that portion going. Just from an internal process, as we were talking about the data sharing agreements, I told Linda the template that we're using will just pre-populate, the NCSBN and KSBN information, and then use that as well, assuming that they're okay with what we provide them. But I think it's pretty flexible, yeah.
Adrian, do they need a minimum number of boards to sign up, or do they have a maximum number? Hopefully they would probably want all of us to sign
Yeah.
to participate.
I think the more the merrier. I haven't heard any maximum. I can certainly ask. Our board meeting's coming up here in a couple of weeks. I'll bring it up as a point of discussion. But yeah, I'm pretty sure the more the merrier, because it'll make the data more rich. So
Well,
I think this is a really good thing.
And we would
Okay.
partner with our KNAP here, because it is a study, a substance abuse disorder study, monitoring program study. So has KNAP been contacted or visited with about this? Would they provide the numbers or the data?
This is Linda Davies, and I've not reached out to KNAP yet because I want to make sure that the board, because they contract with KNAP, so does the board want to participate? All I know is that NCSBN will be gathering aggregate data, and they will be compiling like some sort of spreadsheet or database for us to upload that type of data. No
Okay.
licensee, individual licensees will not be participating. It's mostly outcome type based measures, I believe, is what they're looking at, to see what type of program characteristics lead to successful completion, is kind of what I gathered from that brief presentation. Adrian, do you have anything else to add?
No, I think you covered it great.
Now, Adrian, has the NCSBN, I'm sure they have. They already have some kind of IRB approval for this study, that all the mistakes have already been done.
I can't comment on the details of that. I would have to ask them that directly, but they have researchers that
That's what I
do all
thought.
sorts of research. Yeah.
They do,
but I could
a
certainly ask
lot.
the question. Mhm.
They do lots of research. Their journals are full of research. Okay. Is there any more questions for any board members about this study?
This is Juliana, and given the recent literature, I'm very supportive of it, so I don't know if there's a proposed motion, but.
Okay, well, that kind of ends my report, but then I do have the motions, and this is one of several motions that I'm bringing forth. So I guess I'll just kind of slip right into the motion, and is Jill reading our motions?
Yes, I'll read the motions.
Thank you, Jill.
Is there a board member who would like to make the following motion? I move to approve KAR 60-7-106 as written.
This is Rebecca, board member. I move.
Thank you.
Adri, second.
Thank you, Adri. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying yes.
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 Any opposed signify by saying no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
Is there a board member who would like to make the following motion? I move to recommend to the board that Ksbn enroll in NCSBN Substance Use Disorder Monitoring Program Study if allowed by statute.
This is Melissa Orpeza, board member. I so move.
Adri, I second.
Here's a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Yes. That's
And that concludes the motions for investigative committee.
Hang on, let's see. Is there any opposition signify by saying no? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Okay, thanks. And then that's all, Jill, right?
well, I do have one more, Madam Chair.
Okay, sorry. Go
There-
ahead.
We did have a discussion item that I'm bringing forward, and it's a motion to delegate authority to the investigative chair. And I do believe I do need to have Charles or Carol discuss for a little bit more about this motion.
Charles, do you want to say anything here?
We're going to go into executive committee to discuss things of a legal nature, and there should be a verbatim motion to read about it.
Yes, I have that.
It will be about providing legal advice and for the board.
Okay. Is there a board member who would like to make the following motion pursuant to KSA 75-4319B2? I move that the board recess into executive session for how many minutes do you think it'll take, Charles?
Probably 20.
20 minutes, okay. For 20 minutes and reconvene at, let's see, 10:55 a.m. The remote meeting will be reconvened by Zoom as stated in the notice of the meeting that was sent to individuals who requested the notice and is published on the board's website at www.ksbn.kansas.gov. The justification is consultation with the board's legal counsel, Assistant Attorney General Charles Manshoes, and KSBN counsel Rachel Kinney and William Snepnick that would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship. The subject matter to be discussed in the executive session concerns legal issues regarding nursing programs and internal license compliance issues. The Board of Executive Administrator, Carol Moreland, is included as the client.
Is there a board member that would like to make that motion?
This is
Madam
board.
Go ahead, Melissa.
All right, Madam Chair, this is Melissa Oropeza, board member, so make that motion.
Thank you, Melissa. Is there a second?
This is Rebecca, board member. I'll second.
Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying yes.
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 Any opposed signify by saying no. Okay, we will please mute and turn off your video camera and use your connection to call into the executive session. Okay, I've got 10:55, so we'll resume our board meeting.
Bill's going to read another motion.
Yes. Is there a board member who would like to make the following motion? I move that the board designate and delegate to the chair of the investigative committee the board's authority to, 1, conduct hearings, enter into settlements, and issue decisions regarding the assessment of fines pursuant of KSA 74-1110 and amendments thereto, involving an allegation that a licensee has violated or not complied with the Kansas Nurse Practice Act or regulations adopted thereunder for failing to submit a mental or physical examination or an alcohol or drug screen or any combination of these, when so ordered by the board pursuant to KSA 65-4924, or failing to complete the requirements of the impaired provider program of the board, or for failing to meet the requirements of the nurse licensure compact. 2, make a reasonable grounds determination pursuant to KSA 65-1120B and amendments thereto regarding licensees that are being investigated or have been investigated for failing to submit to a mental or physical examination or an alcohol or drug screen or any combination of these, when so ordered by the board pursuant to KSA 65-4924, or failing to complete the requirements of the impaired provider program of the board, or for failing to meet the requirements of the nurse licensure compact. And 3, act as presiding officer pursuant to KSA 75-514G and 75-551A and C and amendments thereto of the Kansas Administrative Procedures Act to review, decide, and issue any orders on matters involving all licensees that have been investigated for any alleged violation of or non-compliance with the Kansas Nurse Practice Act or regulations adopted thereunder regarding the failure to submit to a mental or physical examination or an alcohol or drug screen or any combination of these, when so ordered by the board pursuant to KSA 65-4924, or failing to complete the requirements of the impaired provider program of the board, or for failing to meet the requirements of the nurse licensure compact. Such delegation includes, but is not limited to, sending warnings or reprehend letters, entering into settlement agreements, conducting CAPA proceedings and hearings, issuing pre-hearing orders, issuing initial orders denying or imposing limitations on any license certificate or authorization to practice nursing under the Kansas Nurse Practice Act, and taking any other action related thereto, unless the president determines the matter should be sent to the Office of Administrative Hearings for further proceedings or considered and decided by the investigative committee. 4, make referrals, cause evaluations, or grant requests for restrictions pursuant to KSA 65-4924.
This is Rebecca Sander. I make the motion.
This is Melissa Orapez. I second, board member.
Thank you, Melissa. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying yes.
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 Any opposed signify by saying no. And any abstentions? Motion carries.
That ends my report now.
You are busy lady.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We were.
Okay, I might hand the meeting back to you, Becky, so I can give the CNE IV therapy committee report.
No problem.
So we had a very straightforward meeting. We do have several motions to make, but I don't have any, there wasn't anything out of the normal to really present, other than I'll say once again, thanks to Chelsea and all she's done for us. So we are sad to lose her from this committee. So Michelle, I'll let you read some motions for us.
Is there a board member that would like to make the following motion? It was moved to approve KAR 60-12104 as written.
This is Juliana, and I'll make that motion.
This is Melissa Arpeza, board member. I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Yes.
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 Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
Is there a board member that would like to make the following motion? It was moved to approve KAR 60-12105 as written.
This is Juliana, and I'll make that motion.
This is Melissa Arpeza, board member. I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor say yes.
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 Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
Is there a board member that would like to make the following motion? It was moved to approve the initial CNE provider application for Elspree nursing education.
This is Juliana, and I'll make that motion.
This is Melissa Arpeza, board member. I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say yes.
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 Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
Is there a board member that would like to make the following motion? It was moved to approve the initial CNE provider application for Gym Healthcare Consulting.
This is Juliana. I'll make that motion. Sorry.
Melissa Arpeza, I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say yes.
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 Yes. Opposed, no. Motion carries.
Oh, who made that second? Was it Melissa or was that Lori?
It was me, Jill Giovanni.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Is there a board member that would like to make the following motion? It was moved to approve the initial CNE provider application for Johnson County Department of Health and Environment pending receipt of updated documents.
This is Juliana, and I'll make that motion.
This is Giovanni. I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say yes.
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 Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
Is there a board member that would like to make the following motion? It was moved to approve the long-term CNE provider 5-year renewal application for Care for Associates.
This is Juliana, and I'll make that motion.
This is Lori Owen. I'll make the second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say yes.
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 Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
Is there a board member that would like to make the following motion? It was moved to approve the long-term CNE provider 5-year renewal application for Dodge City Community College.
This is Juliana, and I'll make that motion.
And I'll gladly do the second motion. This is Giovanni.
Any discussion? All those in favor say yes.
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 Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
Is there a board member that would like to make the following motion? It was moved to approve the long-term C&E provider 5-year renewal application for Lawrence Memorial Hospital pending receipt of total program evaluation.
This is Juliana. I'll make that motion.
Giovanni Cornell, I'll second that.
Any discussion? All those in favor say yes.
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 Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
Is there a board member that would like to make the following motion? It was moved to approve the long-term C&E provider 5-year renewal application for Midland Care Connection.
This is Juliana, and I'll make that motion.
Giovanni, I'll second that.
Any discussion? All those in favor say yes.
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 Opposed, no. Motion carries.
Is there a board member that would like to make the following motion? It was moved to approve the long-term C&E provider 5-year renewal application for Salina Regional Healthcare.
This is Juliana, and I'll make that motion.
This is Giovanni, I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say yes.
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 Opposed, no. Motion carried.
Is there a board member that would like to make the following motion? It was moved to approve the extension for C&E provider Hutchinson Community College granting approval through September 30th of 2022.
This is Juliana, and I'll make that motion.
Giovanni Cornell, second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say yes.
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 Opposed? No. Any abstentions? Motion carried.
Is there a board member that would like to make the following motion? It was moved to approve the initial C&E provider application for last May 1st.
This is Juliana, and I'll make that motion.
This is Giovanni, I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say yes.
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 Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
Is there a board member that would like to make the following motion? It was moved to approve the initial C&E provider application for Metaline Innovative Solutions LLC pending updated policies.
This is Juliana, and I will make that motion.
This is Giovanni, I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say yes.
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 Opposed, no. Motion carried.
And I do not have any more motions at this time.
That concludes my report.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'll assume the meeting back, Becky, if that's okay with you. And maybe we'll do a couple more committee reports and then take a break. How about our APRN committee? I think, Melissa, did you chair that for us this time?
Yes, Madam Chair, I chaired the APR committee and we ran out of time, so we did have to table a few things. We do have Courtney here to give us a brief update on the CNMI information, which is KR 10028B 8, 9, 11, and 19. Which was the majority of the meeting. So we're gonna hear that. Is there anything else I'm missing, Carol?
This is
Motions.
This is Carol Moreland, and the reason that we're kind of having Courtney come in is most of you do not understand the process that we're doing for these regs. All the rest of you have been involved with just us doing our own regs. Well, this is actually one that we do with the Board of Healing Arts, And so I wanted Courtney to come on and just kind of explain the history here, because this has been over several years, and I want to make sure that you understand what we're doing here before then. And then we will have, I believe, 2 motions for you to vote on that we'll have to do a roll call vote. So, okay, Courtney, are you on here?
I am.
There she is.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, and thank you, board members. I just wanted to take a moment and introduce myself. My name is Courtney Sisman. I am General Counsel of the Kansas State Board of Healing Arts. I originally went to University of Kansas School of Social Welfare and was a social worker at the Douglas County AIDS Project, working with people living with HIV and AIDS to connect them to the Ryan White program. And then I went and investigated child abuse and neglect at DCF, and that's kind of where I really caught on that maybe I wanted to be a lawyer. I've been at the board since October 2016. I started out as a law clerk and then transitioned into one of our litigation attorneys. And for us, what that means is the attorneys that actually prosecute licensed cases before the Board of Healing Arts. And then came over to the General Counsel Department in summer of 2019 and became General Counsel in December of 2019, or 2020, excuse me. So that's a little bit about me. And I'm gonna, if I can have the ability to share my screen, that would be great. And I appreciate, Carol, you letting me take the time to really kind of recap where we're at. Because this is a bit of a unique practice act. So can you guys see my screen okay?
Yes, we can, Courtney.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so what we're here today for is the review of requested Attorney General edits on 2 regulations, KAR 128B11 and 28B19. What that means is we're really towards the end of the promulgation process of these regulations, but I'm going to take a moment and kind of recap the Practice Act, how it was created, what we're talking about when we talk about regulations, and kind of show you a roadmap of where we're at, and then really get into the edits that the AG has requested. So about 6 years ago, the Kansas legislature enacted the Independent Practice of Midwifery Act. I apologize if some of this is repetition to you guys, and you maybe already know it, but I do want to take a moment and kind of distinguish the difference between statute and regulation, because it is important in any practice act. So anything that has a KSA before it, that is a statute, and it is created by the Kansas legislature. So any change required within a statute has to be done across the street at the Capitol, not via an agency. KARs are the regulations, and they go through a multi-step process with several agencies having to sign off on them. And what that looks like is you'll have to have initial board approval. Generally, regulations are written by the agency, and in terms of the Independent Practice of Midwifery Act, that is with input and development through the advisory council that we have. They are subject now to D of A, Department of Administration, and Attorney General approval, so they really actually do need a stamp. Up until about, month and a half ago, we also needed Department of Budget stamp. That is now in certain circumstances. So once you have all the stamps you need, you're going to JCAR and public hearing, and then final board adoption. Any change in regulation has to go through this process. Okay, so in the Independent Nurse Midwives Practice Act, there was a council established, and this is all set out by statute as to who serves on it. So there are 2 physicians that are appointed by the board whose specialty and customary practice is obstetrics. There are 4 Ksbn appointees who are licensed certified nurse midwives, 1 Kansas Board of Healing Arts president or the president's designee, and they really help advise the Board of Healing Arts in carrying out the provisions of this Practice Act. And what that means for where we're at right now is they have been instrumental in developing agreement and compromise on the content of the regulations. And I have listed here who is currently serving on this council, and they really do deserve a lot of credit. A lot of time and effort and passionate discussion has gone into this. So, okay, one, I would say a bit unique provision of the Independent Practice Nurse Midwife Act is this requirement of collaboration of both the Board of Healing Arts and the Board of Nursing, concurrence and agreement on certain types of regulations. And those are regulations that govern the ordering of tests, diagnostic services, prescribing of drugs, and referral or transfer to physicians in the event of a complication or emergency. So if it falls within one of those four, that's a regulation that we need both the Board of Healing Arts and the Board of Nursing to concur on the content. And the two that are before you today fall within that realm. And so we're here before you again with the AG's edits, recognizing that there are differences from the initial approval going forward. There is also a provision that any regulations that are just simply administrative, for example, potentially like a fee regulation, can be implemented solely by the Board of Healing Arts. I will note that all of the regulations to date, regardless of whether they're administrative or fall within subsection A, have been brought before the Board of Nursing. Okay, so this is a roadmap that incorporates the regulation promulgation process with the two proposed regulations that are before you today. So when you have a new Practice Act, obviously you have to develop those regulations. And so the proposed regulations were developed with the Independent Nurse Midwives Council. They initially, back when the Practice Act was implemented, held, I believe, 9 meetings within a year to really hash out the content, have those discussions. As of today, we've had 16 meetings. Since, I believe, October, we've begun holding quarterly meetings, and actually more than quarterly meetings. We had one not too long ago at the beginning of June, in addition to our quarterly ones. Initial board approval, the Board of Healing Arts approved 11 and 19. And then it also had Board of Nursing approval in between the fall and winter of 2018 going into 2019. So this realm is kind of where we're at right now with these regulations. After you have initial board approval for regulations, you go into this next step of other agency approval. So Department of Administration is the first stop these regulations now make. And they're really looking at grammar type adjustments. So once we have Department of Administration stamp, which we do have on these regs, they then go to the Attorney General's office and they're reviewing them for whether they're a lawful regulation, whether we have the authority to implement them, making sure it adheres to due process and all sort of constitutional type questions. So where we're at for these two is the Attorney General has requested edits. The two before you today, in my opinion, are relatively minor edits and I believe make sense, and we'll get into those. And the APRN committee came to that consensus yesterday. But this is really where we're at for these two today. So the final steps in terms of promulgating regulations, and for these ones, if there is approval, we will need to resend to the Department of Administration, and then it would go to the Attorney General's office again. But once you have those stamps you need, you're going to go before the Joint Committee on Rules and Regulations. So Carol and I would appear before there. And we're also going to have a public hearing because these are open for public comment. I will note, and Carol, I apologize if I missed this when it was transitioning me to a panelist. Carol and I had the opportunity to appear before the Joint Committee on Rules and Regulations for other certified nurse midwife independent regulations in April. And they expressed their concern with both agencies as to how long these regulations have taken to be implemented, and really express a desire to really go forward and try to get the rest of these wrapped up within 6 months or so. And so I appreciate Carol bringing these before the board today for your consideration to move forward, hopefully. So after JCAR and public hearing occur, then there's final board adoption of a regulation, which I believe you guys are familiar with, where you do a roll call for final adoption. And then there's publication. And then after that, they become effective. So this is a multi-step process that has several moving parts and is not necessarily always the quickest. But hopefully that gives you a good concept as to where we're at today in a visual with regard to both 11 and 19. So turning to proposed KAR 128B11, this is for licensees who direct, supervise, or delegate acts that constitute the independent practice of midwifery. And so if you do delegate practices or acts that constitute the independent practice of midwifery to another person, you need to know that that person is competent to perform them, it's not violating any other statute, and that they're within the competence and lawful practice of the licensee. The request that the Attorney General has asked for this is that this subsection B, which states failure to meet these requirements of this regulation shall constitute unprofessional conduct, be moved into the unprofessional conduct regulation, which we're going to get into next. In my opinion, that is a reasonable request. We did, and makes sense, we did take this edit to the Independent Certified Nurse Midwife Council on March 31st, and they were in agreement with this move. Okay, the next one is proposed KAR 128B19. This proposed regulation is too long to put on one slide, but I believe you guys do have it in your packets in its entirety. But it enumerates what is considered unprofessional conduct. And here, the AG's requests were, in my opinion, don't really alter the substance of it, but we're kind of cleaning it up a little bit. So there was a removal of a provision that constituted unprofessional conduct that is already covered in statute. So really they were saying this is duplicative, you don't need it, you have it in statute. And I agreed with that. And then in addition, they did some clarification on wording. And so for the proposed regulation that is before you, in subsection 24, they added in being found to have practice. And then in subsection 28, they added in engaged in a practice, behavior, or conduct that violates a federal law or rule or regulation, whatever it says. And then in 31, 32, and 33, they had us add in at the end under the Independent Practice of Midwifery Act. We were also in agreement with those changes, and I took these to the Independent Nurse Midwife Council on June 2nd, 2022. And I will clarify, I did add in on the previous slide what they asked to be added in under this regulation. But the Independent Nurse Midwife Council agreed to these on June 2nd, 2022. So they are before you today. Just a quick recap on the current status of the remaining proposed regulations. We did get a question from the Joint Committee on Rules and Regulations as to how many are left. And we have 8 remaining. They're at varying steps of the promulgation process. We do have 4 that are going to become effective July 8th, 2022. So 3, 6, 14, and 20 are going to become effective in about a little over a week from now. And then we have 3 that are currently with the Attorney General's office. And then we have the ones that are before you today. And then just a quick recap of independent certified nurse midwives in Kansas right now. As of June 15th, we have 15 licensed independent certified nurse midwives. Our practice handbook, which is really handy, it covers all the statutes and regulations regarding independent certified nurse midwives. That's on our website and it's hyperlinked in my slide. Our initial application is also available on our website. And then I went ahead and included our board policies link. Some of these are applicable to independent certified nurse midwives and are just general helpful guidance. We have one on telemedicine, things like that. But obviously not necessarily all of them are. So hopefully that, I know it's kind of a cumbersome process, but hopefully it helps simplify it a bit and really kind of orient you as to what we're here today asking for and where we're at in this process. So let me stop sharing my screen.
This is Carol Moreland. Does anybody have any questions for Courtney or myself? One of the members of the APRN committee is on the council. So she was in the APRN committee yesterday and voiced that they do support these two regulations. Well, if you don't have any questions for Courtney and I, then it'll be time to vote to adopt these. And again, you have to do them by roll call vote. So I believe Jill has motions.
Yes. Is there a board member who would like to make the following motion? I move that the board adopt KAR 11-28B-11 and that a vote be taken by roll call vote. A copy is attached here too.
Can I just clarify that should be KAR 100-28B-11?
Oh,
Just to
sorry about
clarify.
that.
No, that's okay. I just wanted to make sure.
So do we have a board member who would like to make that motion?
Madam Chair, Melissa Orpeza, I so move.
Thank you, Melissa. Is there a second?
Rebecca, board member, all second.
Thank you, Rebecca. Any discussion? Okay, I think we're ready for a roll call vote.
Okay, I will announce your name and you'll just need the yay or nay. Juliana,
Yay.
Rebecca,
Yeah, yes.
Audrey,
Yes.
Melissa,
Yes.
Lori,
Yes.
Giovanni,
Yes.
Gita.
Yes.
That's 7 yes and 0 nays. Is there a board member that would like to make the following motion? It was moved that the board adopt KAR 100-28B-19 and that a vote be taken by roll call vote. A copy is attached here too.
Melissa Orpeza, board member, I so motion.
Thanks, Melissa. Is there a second?
This is Rebecca, I'll second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Okay, we'll go for a roll call vote.
Juliana,
Yes.
Rebecca,
Yes.
Audrey,
Yes.
Melissa,
Yes.
Lori,
Yes.
Giovanni, Gita,
Yes. Yes.
and Giovanni.
She might
It
have.
appears that we may have lost her or something.
Yeah.
I don't know.
We have 6 that said yes.
Motion passes.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Jill.
Mhm.
Melissa, any other report from APRN committee?
Thanks, Courtney.
Thank you.
No, that concluded our meeting.
Thank you. Great job. I know you kind of had to jump in quickly on that one. Thanks for doing that. Practice committee. Rebecca?
I have a short report. We are in the process of changing some language on a regulation to be more politically correct as it relates to the setting in which the licensed mental health technicians are working. So we will bring that back in September. And then we were informed about Nebraska's Nurse Honor Guard. And so we were having conversation about that, bringing that back. And so we moved that forward onto the KSNA to see if there's any interest in honoring nurses at funerals. It was really nice. And then Linda's keeping track of practice questions. And of course, we're anticipating a little uptick in that with the APRN passing. But some of her other topics right now, the hot topics are questions about med spas and Botox and LLCs in addition to the APRN. So always busy answering questions on practice.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Becky. We appreciate the report. I'll give a quick update on Finance Committee. I don't believe we have any motions, and honestly, we had some reviews of the budget. Things are on track as we anticipated and I believe you saw some of that earlier. Adrian did share with us about the data center, as we heard earlier in his report as well. So I think we've covered most of the items that we discussed in the Finance Committee. We did not have any motions. So I think that concludes my report on the Finance Committee. So I know that we have CE Broker going to give us an update. Adrian, can you tell us what time they're planning?
Madam President, I don't believe they're coming to do it. We just kind of put, if I'm correct, Adrian, I think we were just going to update you on what we knew, and I kind of already touched on that earlier, that we really haven't done a whole lot until after July 1st.
Okay, I apologize. I was thinking about the system automation presentation, so I apologize. So that's perfect. That's
And
perfect.
just, Madam President, a small update on that. That is the portion that we were working on with the data sharing agreements. We have to get that all in line. And so we anticipate those will be ready here in the next week or so.
Okay. Well, maybe we can, I'm trying to time a break is what I'm trying to do. So is this a good time for us to take a break? Maybe y'all can have some lunch and we could reconvene at noon. Does that sound okay? I'm seeing head nods. So let's do that. Let's take a short break and we'll come back at noon. It's about 25 minutes. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I've got noon, so let's go ahead and get started. Hope you got a bite to eat. We'll get started on our unfinished business. I know we just briefly talked about CE Broker. CE Broker is the company that tracks the CNEs that we will be for our members. Anything else you want to say, Adrian, about the CE Broker?
No, I don't have anything further to add. We're just working through the changes. Hopefully soon.
Awesome. Sounds great. Thank you. Okay, moving on to our format for the 2022 committee and board meetings. I suppose we're wanting to know if we are meeting in person in August or September, I guess, right?
Yes, that would be the question. Just to kind of update you, we haven't really found a place other than the land and building where we used to meet. So when you meet in person, that's probably going to be it. We're still kind of working out the audio and stuff like that because they've changed it since we met there before. And we're afraid there's going to be a lot of feedback when everybody's using their laptops and stuff like that. Adrian may have something more to say that makes more sense than that. I don't know.
Sure, I'm happy to jump in. Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. Yes, we're working through the logistics. We had originally planned on using those little, I think we call them OWL speakers. They're kind of used for meetings. There was somewhat of a vulnerability found, and so we have to hold off on those until things get figured out, and whether or not it will happen by that time, we're not real sure. So we were going to test out the room and see if we can figure out how to stream it and do the live meetings at the same time. The biggest concern is the feedback and how that'll work. It's kind of hard to test without having a lot of people in there too. So it's one of those things that, I mean, we're certainly willing to try with the understanding that you might have to be a little patient with us as we try it out for the first time.
Adrian, what do you mean by feedback when you're talking about feedback in the room? What does that mean?
Sure. Well, to have the streaming audio and video going on in the room, think about it. You've probably been in meetings where somebody like walks with their microphone in front of a speaker and you get that kind of high pitched squeal or whatever. Sort of like that. It's a little different in a video conference type session, but if everybody's using their microphones and talking into it, and then the above the head speakers are doing their thing, there could be potential feedback or lag, where somebody's talking and it takes a second for it to go over the internet. There's those kind of considerations to take into effect. One thing we've been kind of contemplating is whether or not we would just use the audio and have you guys stream the video, but no sound, but we're not real sure whether or not that would pick up well enough. The other thought is potentially headsets, but then that's kind of weird because you're talking and if somebody in the audience talks, so we're trying to figure it out. Well, I'm pretty sure we'll come up with something.
Thank you.
Well, I think that, we had hoped to have this meeting in person and then that just didn't work out. And so I do think, we had our strategic retreat in person and there are a lot of benefits to meeting in person. I'm an advocate that we would try to gather in September. I guess that would be my personal preference. I'm certainly open to comments and suggestions from other board members.
Madam President, this is Melissa Larpeza, board member. I would advocate to meet in person. I think there is definitely a benefit. Not that this isn't nice, but there was definitely a benefit I felt, especially from the retreat, as you mentioned.
Great. Thanks for that, Melissa. I appreciate that. Okay, well, I don't know that we necessarily need a motion for that, but I think not hearing any opposition, let's plan to have our September board meetings in person. And so it might be helpful, particularly for those that have not attended a in-person meeting. I don't know if, Carol, could you send an email out making sure people have their parking pass and where to park and where rooms are located, just some general instructions. So we know what to do for those that maybe, Becky, it might just be you and I that are holding.
Yeah, because there's definitely travel stuff that you have to consider. And a lot of you have not done this yet. So I will get with Jill and we will get together what we need to send out. And it would be reminders for those of you who perhaps have done it in the past, but just as a reminder. So we will do that. We'll get it out to you before September.
And I would also note, this is going to be our opportunity to get you the laptops, because if you didn't meet, we're not real sure how we would get those to you other than to mail and have to walk you through it. So.
Yeah, I don't do good with computer setup, so I'd rather be with you.
Yeah.
Okay, sounds great. Well, we'll look forward to that. I think that'll be great. And we'll be patient. We'll work through our feedback issues. Whatever comes up, we'll work through it. So it'll be fine. Okay, I think you've kind of already mentioned this a little bit, Carol, but how about an update on the implementation of S-Sub House Bill 2279?
Definitely, Madam President and board members. We've been very busy with this, as you remember, because you've had a recent special board meeting just a week ago about we had to get some temporary regs through that will be effective July 1st. And it's cut close because I do my last testimony on it tomorrow morning at the State Rules and Reg Board. And then they do have implementation date of July 1st. And we will get them on our website as soon as that has been finished. Let me see some other things. What you have in your APRN packet is a clean copy of the temporary ones that you approved so that you can see those. And then you also have the public hearing notice for the permanent ones, and that's going to be on September 6th. And then the plan is that we will get all those comments together and they'll be in an on-site packet for you so that you can review them at your board meeting on September 14th and decide whether you want to adopt them or not. The temporary is good for 120 days, but I was trying to time this so that you wouldn't have to have another special board meeting just for this. So I think we can do it. There's been, I would say, a huge amount of confusion with this bill. I think one of the biggest things are the two timelines in the bill. People are not picking up on that and stuff like that. So we've tried to do a lot of communication. We put out a special newsletter, a special edition of our newsletter Monday that is devoted just totally to the APRN bill. I'm getting ready to put together some questions and answers that will be on our website by July 1st. Hopefully that will help some. We're all on target to do it and everything. We're finalizing the changes that we had to make on applications and a few changes in our licensing software. And those, I know Tony is working on those, so those will be done by July 1st. So I believe we have everything in place and everything will go fine on July 1st. It's just a little bit interesting to see how people have interpreted this. So we've done a lot with kind of reminding them actually what the bill says. And so hopefully that's helped. I think the other thing I just wanted to take a minute to say is a very big thank you to you as board members. Adrian and I brought the request to you several years ago to consider having National Council come in with their Nursing America campaign so that they could support and help this effort. And you all approved that. And in my opinion, that has made a big positive impact on the outcome, the successful outcome for this year. And so I just want to say a big thank you, because if it wasn't for our board members, that wouldn't have been in here. So I think that's very important for everyone to realize, because I think there's only 2 of you on here who were board members when that happened. So you should feel very good, because I think that really helped the process this year. If you have other questions for me, I think we're ready to go soon, by July 1st.
Good. I don't have any questions, Carol, but I would say it's definitely teamwork, and I know that the agency has put out a lot of work trying to particularly be ready by the July 1 deadline, which was a surprise. So thank you. And this is a good thing for Kansas. So, and all the nurse practitioners of Kansas. So. Okay. Well, we'll move on to our new business. How about a summary of the recommendations for the 2022 Delegate Assembly?
Yeah, this is Carol Moreland, and on page 21 through 23 in your packet are a summary of the recommendations that will be discussed and voted on at the Delegate Assembly. So I just put that in there so you'll have some idea. I would presume maybe there will be more coming out for like Juliana and I, because we will be the voting delegates. But we always like to share, what's going to be discussed and stuff like that at annual meeting. So that's what that is.
And as you read through that, if you have feedback for us, because as Carol said, we do vote on behalf of the board. It's not a personal vote. So we would certainly be open to any feedback after you review those documents. Okay, system automation presentation.
Okay. Thank you, Madam President, members of the board, Adrian Guerrero, Director of Operations. Just to give you a little recap of the past couple meetings, we had the retreat where we discussed our coordinated licensure information system that essentially is the tracking tool that we use to manage the nurses and mental health technicians' information inside the agency. We're shifting towards a big focus for data analytics and providing as many services as we possibly can online, and then streamlining processes internally. And as such, we went out and kind of did a look at what was available to us and what we could realistically afford to do for the agency. And, we have a couple options available to us. One of those is to expand the current system that we have and implement some of the new technologies that our partners from System Automation has done, which you'll see a little presentation from them here in a moment, or to potentially change the entire system and start over from scratch, which has its limitations on what we may or may not be allowed to do in the state. So I asked the folks from System Automation to prepare some information to show them our historical relationship and business partnership with them, and then to show where some of their new technologies are headed. And so I think I'll turn over the floor to the folks from System Automation. If you three want to introduce yourselves, and then feel free to have the floor.
Sure, Adrian. Thank you for that. Great to meet the board. My name is Brian Bennett. I'm the Director of Strategic Growth at System Automation, and we are excited to present to you some of the information that Adrian just touched on. And also here is Nick Cook and Will Flagel. Nick.
Hi, afternoon, everybody. My name is Nick Cook. I'm VP of Operations. I've been with System Automation for 6 years, and appreciate your time very much.
Hi, everyone. My name is Will Flagel. I'm a project manager and solution engineer here at System Automation. I've been with the company for about 8 years. It's a pleasure to meet everyone.
Fantastic. So I basically have a quick little presentation. I believe this was also distributed as a form of a handout, but we aren't just going to show you a bunch of slides today. We are also going to show you some examples of our technology and such. But real quick, just wanted to talk a little bit about System Automation, who we are, and our partnership with the Kansas Board of Nursing. We're going to demonstrate some of the different solutions and options we have as far as a pathway forward. And then any sort of questions and answers we can provide today would be great. So feel free to ask any questions you have that come to mind. So a little bit about System Automation. We are based in Columbia, Maryland, but we are a virtual company. We have approaching 60 employees supporting lots of different boards and agencies all across the US, including in Kansas. We've been doing this for over 25 years. And a matter of fact, our first customer was the Maryland Board of Nursing. So we are definitely entrenched when it comes to awareness of how nurses are regulated. And plus my wife's a nurse, so, you know, I can bounce things off of her, but it's all good. But we definitely provide, our solution is currently a COTS solution, but we also have, we're in the midst of our third iteration of our product and our platform. And so we're going to touch on that a little bit today as well. So when it comes to our partnership with the Kansas State Board of Nursing, we've been supporting you since 2009. So we definitely have a lot of experience and awareness of how we support you there. And we've definitely been able to support you in a variety of different ways. Some of the high levels have been like the COVID response. I know across the board and across the country that really threw a lot of wrenches into different folks, different agencies and licensing boards operations. So they had to have a very quick response to communicate and make adjustments for how they were managing licensing and applications, renewals, and all that sort of stuff. So we're proud to support you through that, as well as, for instance, the thing with NLC, where we basically implemented that in a quick 4 months, as well as a workforce survey. And we also provide ongoing support to the board for operations. So with that said, we wanted to demonstrate a few things that we're aware of that definitely we want to continue the partnership with the State Board of Nursing there in Kansas to really meet some goals and objectives, whether it's enhanced reporting, analytics. Adrian just touched on that. Ways that we can improve operations when it comes to enforcement activities, case management. We definitely have opportunities there, as well as online services. In this day and age where everything's connected, mobile ready, I know you're just talking about meeting, together in person in September, but a lot of operations and things are virtual, and we want to enable our customers. We want to enable you to connect with the public and your licensees and applicants as much as possible to really provide that transparency and services and really make things a lot more efficient for people who demand everything online. So with that said, I will hand it over to Will, and he'll take it from there.
All right, thanks so much. So as Brian mentioned, there are those three key areas that the board mentioned as areas where there are needs, where there are challenges, where there are areas for growth and empowering your staff and your licensees to do more. So we'll run in that order. First, we'll take a look at enhanced reporting and some of those capabilities on offer in our platform today. Then we'll do the same with enforcement and case management. We'll look at My License Case Management and what that offers to your investigators. And then we'll take a look at the transformation of the online users experience, applicants and licensees, submitting applications and submitting renewals in My License's online services. So I'll start in My License Office, which you're familiar with today. I'll log into the newest version of My License Office. And when I do this, I'm actually going to go first to reports. So many of you who are onboard staff are familiar with the way EMLO works, with the interface. And today you may be familiar with our integration with Crystal Reports. We also have an integration with Jasper Reports. And what that offers beyond sort of the static report building capabilities that you have today in Crystal is the ability to develop ad hoc reports. And what that means is non-technical frontline staff are empowered to get data and make decisions on the basis of that data. There are many use cases that we hear about staff being asked for public information requests or being asked for legislative requests for information. This allows them to fulfill those kinds of questions, answer those kinds of questions, and address those needs without having to involve technical staff. So I'll scroll down to the Ksbn reports. And first I'll take a look at an ad hoc report called Licenses by County. And some of these reports that you'll see are modeled on some of the reports that you see in your quarterly and annual meetings. And this is a report that shows by county sort of a map showing the relative size based on the number of licensees in each county. So Johnson, Sedgwick, and Jackson are obviously the biggest ones here. So it immediately looks at your data and instantly renders these really beautiful graphical reports on the basis of what's happening in the system. So if your staff or if executives or if board members have questions about what's happening, questions about trends in the data, they can look at the data in real time. And I built this using an ad hoc report designer. And what that means is that I can continue to change parameters. I can continue to filter it. I can continue to make adjustments after this report is built so that I can further filter the data and get information that I need. So as a user, I'm not limited to just one report with static data. I have options for the data that I bring back. But what if I want to see multiple reports at once? What if I want to see reports that are relevant to me as a supervisor of licensing users, for example? Well, one thing that I can look at to see how we're doing is a licensing dashboard. And so these dashboards allow me to drill down and get a closer look at information that's relevant to me in my role. So what am I interested in as a licensing supervisor or somebody who's overseeing the licensing operations of the board? Well, one thing I want to know is how many licenses have been issued by type over a certain time period. So based on a certain time period, I can see immediately, here's how many licenses were issued. Here's how many temporaries we issued. So that when we come to those monthly meetings, quarterly meetings, annual meetings, we have that information at the ready in real time to display. Same for simple figures or numbers that we want to know. In this year, in this quarter, how many licenses were reinstated? We can get that instantaneously. And same for renewals. So all of that data that's critical to your operations, we can get an instant viewpoint of. Another area that's important from a reporting standpoint is investigations. And one of the areas that people seek to understand is how are we doing in terms of turning around investigations in a timely manner? How many investigations were opened? One example is how many cases are assigned to each investigator so we can rebalance the relative caseload. Looking at this, maybe Kathy is part-time and doesn't take on as many investigations, or maybe she's retired or moved on to another role. Or maybe we can rebalance some of these investigations so that it's a little more even. We can even out caseload and make sure that it's sustainable across the year. Additionally, we can, maybe we don't have to necessarily be this granular, but we can see based on the different types of cases, how long it takes on average to close cases of that type. So we can quickly find, if we want to look at action in another state, how does that compare to alcohol abuse related cases? So instantly we have access to that information. And we can see the same level of detail across complaints, across cases. We can see information about how many complaints are received by license type, by state of residency. And because this information is changing in real time, we have instantaneous access to it. So if we get another complaint for a licensee in Kansas or a licensee in Missouri, we can see immediately that it's changed. So in addition to dashboards, we have the ability to schedule reports. And the kinds of reports that we can schedule are the static reports that I mentioned earlier, or the ad hoc reports. So if I go into the report builder, and I go to one of the reports that we may want to see at a board meeting, let's take the application processed in 3 days report, sort of an important metric for us to keep in mind. We can create a job schedule that allows us to dictate who gets this report and when. And it can be a complex recurrence, or it can be a simple recurrence. I could do this every 4 weeks or so, or I could do it, maybe at the last day of the month or whenever that scheduled date of the board meeting is. And then one of the powerful aspects about these schedulers is that we can put parameters into the schedules. And what that means is we can create a single report. Let's say we have a requirement to show all the licensees of a certain type in a county, or all the discipline that happened for licensees in a certain county. Instead of creating a whole bunch of different reports for each county, we can create one report and just set the parameter for each county so that every month, every quarter, whatever the requirement is, we get that scheduled report that has that information broken down by county. And we can dictate what kind of format it comes out in. Maybe we want to bring this up at the board meeting in PowerPoint format. This allows us to send that directly to the people who are going to be presenting at that board meeting. And maybe additionally, we want to send it in Excel so that we can do some additional data analysis on it outside of the system. We have that option as well. And one other option is we can also send this out to HTML format. And I'll shortly show the power that you'll have to embed reports into a website to show real-time data and real-time transparency data to the public. And if I want to send this out, all I have to do is go to notifications, and I'll enter the recipients. It can be a distribution list, maybe the board, or it can just be a list of addresses. And I'll call this apps in 3 days report. We'll send this out as an attachment. We'll call this the apps in 3 days job. And from now until the end of, until whenever I uncheck that enable checkbox, it's going to send every 4 weeks that apps in 3 days job. So over time, as you build up that stock of reports, it allows you to automate that process of communicating with those key stakeholders in the licensing and enforcement processes, whether that's internal staff, members of the legislature, members of the governor's office, people who receive those reports weekly, monthly, quarterly, annually. So one more thing I wanted to show on reports is the ability to take those reports and make them available publicly. So you've got a couple of options to do that. I mentioned showing it in real time, and I also mentioned showing it by sending those HTML files out to a web server through that scheduler. Here's an example of a verification site or really this could be any public website like the Ksbn website. And on this site, I can embed this pie chart showing the percentage or proportion of applications processed in 3 days. So you can take that estimated application wait times based on average times in the system. You can take this kind of information where you're showing the proportion processed the next number of days, maybe even broken down by different types of applications, and show that online. And in addition to sort of displaying this up front, you can add additional pages or create additional pages on your website where you can show additional reports. So I can dive in and show that licenses issued by type, broken down by the different types of licenses. That licenses by county report, average days to investigation, complaints by license type. Any of those things that you may want to share with the public, you can now get out to them in real time so that there's no gap between the time that the data is compiled and the time that the public receives that data, giving them full access and full transparency. Any questions about reporting? So the next area I want to touch on is case management and enforcement. So, one of your needs is the need to have a tool for your investigators to better manage cases as they come in, better manage them through the life cycle, and automate some of the key steps in the process. So My License Case Management is part of our emerging My License platform that includes components like case management and online services, which you'll see shortly. And one of the unique things about case management is that it allows an investigator to manage all their assigned cases and all the associated data in one place. So I'm logged in as an investigator, and here I can see all the assigned cases or cases in a status of assigned. And you notice that this filter came up as soon as I logged in. And this is going to be true whenever I log in, whenever I set this filter. I'm going to be able to save my search criteria. So if I'm only interested in certain kinds of assignments, only my assignments, or maybe I'm a supervisor, I want to see everybody's, it's going to present to me exactly what I want to see. And in addition to filtering by these criteria, I can also search. So if I want to see something for partners in care, as I search, case management is automatically going to filter. So if I have a large number of cases that I'm working on and I need to quickly filter down to what I'm looking for, I can type and it automatically shows me the information I'm looking for, kind of like a Google search. And when I drill down into a case, first, I can see high-level information about the case. This is a diversion case. We can see the complainant's name, and we can see these entries. And this is one of the areas that's key to case management. My License Case Management allows the investigator to record each of their activities and upload associated files for those activities. So let's say today I have a journal entry and I want to add this entry to the final investigative report. And this is the final step in my investigation. So this is presented investigation report. I can attach a file. So this can be a board order, this can be an image, this can be an audio file, a video. I can go ahead and upload this file. So this is a piece of evidence. And I can save this journal entry. And in reverse chronological order, it shows me all of my entries. Additionally, I can see my files. I can download them, look at them as I need to, and then reference them in the final case report. And I can also see case data. So depending on the type of case, I may want to collect different information. So for example, for diversion, we're going to want to collect information on the types of drugs that were involved, what was lost, what disappeared in the diversion incident. And in terms of the complainant information, we have the ability to quickly make modifications to any of this info. So let's say we made a mistake in the address, and this is 124 instead of 123 Jump Street. Maybe we made a mistake in the phone. It's very easy to quickly make updates. And when I do, it saves a full audit history showing a full account of what happened in the case, so that you not only establish a full chain of custody for the case, you establish full accounting for each change made to it. So that as you look back, and if you have an audit and the auditors look through the case files, they can see exactly what was changed and when and in what order. So once you have all of your information, your participants, your case data, your files, and your entries, it's time to advance this case workflow. Let's say it's ready for review. At this point, we're ready to download the investigative report. So let's go ahead and do that. And when I download the report, it generates a final investigative report. And because all of the data is already in the system, and because all the case data, all the attachment references, all of the entries are already in one place, it automates the process of generating the report. So this is just an ordinary Word template that I told to pull in data from the case. And it pulls in all the relevant data, shows in chronological order what happened in the case, and then, if needed, allows the investigator to add any additional details that aren't captured in the case data, or you can capture it for that case data. And depending on the type of case, you can collect different information. So if you need to collect drug information for diversion and you need to collect an arrest record or other criminal information for theft, you have that option to change the kind of information that's collected so that when it comes time to generate the report, the desired information shows up based on that case type. Any questions about case management? So finally, I'll walk through online services. So online services is the next step forward in terms of the online user experience for applicants and licensees. And the way it works is sort of fundamentally different from the experience that users have today in eGov, for example. So just to start off with a quick example, here I am on the login page. If I want to sign up for an account, all I need to do is to enter an email address. It sends a verification code to my email address to confirm that I own it. I can enter a password, my name, and then I can open an account and sign in with that account. Once I've signed in, it takes me to a dashboard that shows me high-level information about your organization, its mission, and basic information about how to use the portal. Any existing licenses, if I have one. If I have a license, I can take actions on it. I can renew it. I can make address changes or other modifications, and I can submit additional forms. And if I don't have a link, either I can automatically link my license if the account that I've signed up with matches an email address in the system, or I can link using a license number and registration code that's uniquely generated by my license. I can see my activities too. So I can see what's in progress and I can see what's submitted. So any started applications, anything that's in progress, I can pick up right where I left off. So if I need additional documentation or I need additional information to come in, I can go away, come back later, and finish off my application without any loss. But I'll go ahead and apply for a license. And when I do, I'm asked very basic questions to get me to where I need to go. And working with clients across the country, one of the things that we commonly hear is that sometimes it's challenging for people to figure out the correct next step, whether they're filling out a paper application or whether they're going online. Sometimes they're trying to do something that's not within the jurisdiction of the agency. Sometimes they're trying to do something that doesn't require them to submit an application at all. And sometimes there are subtle differences and nuances in the definition of certain license types and ways of obtaining licenses that make it difficult for people to figure out what's the right way to go? What kind of license do I really need to obtain? So the goal of this is to help them find that correct next step. And in this example, let's say they come here and they really have a license already and they want to renew a license. Well, we can guide them back to that homepage, ask them to link their license, as I mentioned, and tell them if their license is in renewal, they'll have an option to renew. If I say instead, become an advanced practice nurse, we can direct them to the APN licensure application. And if they become a nurse, we can direct them to the RN LPN licensure application. One of the powerful things that we can do with online services now is we can combine different application flows into a single form. So where there are a lot of similarities between applications, we can toggle what appears in the form based on the user's answers, making for a dynamic experience for the applicant. And that's really one of three ways that we make that experience easier, both for the applicant or licensee and back office staff. The form renders based on the user selections so that instead of having to think through, well, if I check this box, I have to attach this document. If I answer this question, I have to answer these other questions. The form directs the user based on their answers, making it easy for them to be successful. Secondly, we validate the form, both the data and the documents, to make sure that the right data is entered and the right documents are uploaded. And I'll share some examples of that. And then third, we try to make the form spare while including tooltips to give that user information to understand what they need to do to be successful, so that more advanced users can breeze through the form, less advanced users have the information they need to successfully fill it out. So in this example, I say I am applying as A, and my answer is going to have consequences for how the form renders. If I say RN single state, I can continue my application. If I say RN multi-state, notice that the multi-state license section appears. So depending on my selection, I have to answer an entire new section of questions. So let's say my name is Bob Jones. I can provide additional information at this step to help people understand the concurrence between the name that they provide to register with Ksbn and the name that they need to provide to register with Pearson VUE. So, for people who have done this before, who have gone through the exam process, they may not need this information. We can provide it to those users who are less advanced. And then if we say that Bob Jones was previously known by another name, we can collect any multiple instances of those names that they were previously known by. So let's say he was Bob R. Smith and he had a legal name change. We can add that in and add in all other aliases he's had in the past. Let's say Southwest Madison Street is where he lives. Or Southwest Branner Street. We can, as we type, notice that the autocomplete filters the addresses available to the user so that it presents that user with the desired address as they type, making it easier for them to fill out the form. This is sort of similar to the experience that you'll see on many food ordering apps, where as you type, it's going to present you increasingly with the desired address and hone in on that address. And as I type in the home phone, notice that I can't type any alphabetical characters, and notice that it's presenting the data to me in a format that I understand to be a phone number. This is called input masking, and it helps me as an applicant be successful by making sure that I'm entering the data in the appropriate format. Similarly, for email address, notice if I don't enter a valid email address, two things happen. One, I get a very specific message that you can control, indicating to the user exactly what's incorrect. Secondly, on the form, it flags it as a problem. If there are any problems with the application cannot be submitted, making sure that all the data is correctly entered, all the appropriate documents are uploaded before submission. And when I correct the email address, it corrects the problem. Jumping down to the adverse action section, one of the common sticking points that we see with a lot of applications is that if people say, for example, they've been convicted with a felony, they're not required to upload the appropriate documentation. So when that happens, it causes delays in the decision process. Do we approve this license or deny this license? By requiring the user to provide narrative or provide documentation up front, indicating the nature of the conviction or the nature of the action taken against them on their license in another state, and so on, we have the ability to validate up front exactly what the issue is, so that that lessens the amount of time for back office staff to review and come to a decision. And again, based on whether we've been licensed as an RN or an LPN, we can collect additional information on those previous licenses. Again, based on whether or not you declare Kansas as your primary state of residence, we can apply what's called a hard stop. We can stop the user from moving forward in the case that they give an answer that's incompatible with submission of the application. So if I want a multi-state license, I must declare Kansas as my primary state of residence. We can provide users with very clear alerts, telling them what their obligations are, telling them what the rules are for submission. Before I, in the interest of time, submit a completed version of the application, one more thing that I want to show is I want to show the change that occurs if I hit F12 and go into my sort of secret emulator for mobile devices. If I open up the application on an iPad, you can see the experience applying with an iPad Air. If I open up with an iPhone SE, you can see the experience on an iPhone SE. If I'm using I have a Samsung Galaxy S21. If I open it up in an S20 Ultra, I can see the experience there. Increasingly, we find that applicants want to apply from their phones. They want to apply from other mobile devices. Online Services is mobile ready out of the box. It gives them the opportunity to be successful with the application no matter where they are. So I'm going to go ahead and submit an application. This is a completed application. It's got a signature in the end. And when I hit finish, we can see the fees. They calculate on the basis of the user selections. And we can also determine what the license type is on the basis of the selection. So one form will allow me to apply for RN, for LPN, to be multi-state, to be single state. Those determinations can be made at the point that the user is filling out the form based on their answers. And before I submit, I want to make sure that all of my information is correct. So I review on the right-hand side what is ultimately going to become an exact PDF copy of my application. So both the back office users and I have access to exactly what was submitted. So I have accountability for what I submitted. And if there are any other questions, we're literally singing from the same sheet of music. So with this platform, we've integrated with a number of different payment processors, including CanPay. So if I go ahead and put in my name here, let's say I'm paying for Bob Jones today. Go ahead and submit payment. So just as today, people go online, they connect to CanPay, they fill out their payment information in CanPay, that information comes back, and only the non-PCI data needed for reconciliation comes to the back end so that you can validate accounting information. And now we can see that the application is submitted. And so if I had a checklist configured with this license, I can see each of the checklist steps, the status of each, and that cuts down on the number of phone calls that you get saying, what's the status of my license, which, as a lot of us know, is one of the most common questions that's asked by folks who call in. They can see exactly where it is in the process, so they don't have any ambiguity about where things lie. And then any documents that were uploaded in the course of submitting the application, including that PDF copy of the application itself, is available so that, again, if there's a question, both the applicant and back office staff have exactly the same information. So that's just a brief tour of those three capabilities: My License reporting, My License case management, and My License online services. Please feel free, if you have any questions, to reach out to us. We're happy to show you more, to explain more, and talk about how we can use these tools to help further empower the board and bring transformation to your operations. Thanks so much.
Will, that's an incredible presentation. I'm very pleased to see what those options are. And I don't have any questions, but I'm excited about the opportunities from many perspectives, particularly the investigative sections and the reports that you can pull.
That's great to hear. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for that. I just wanted to summarize and just recap that how you've gotten to see our solutions for reporting and for case management from the perspective of staff, board staff. Unless board members want to do it too, you can have at it. But then also for online services, really the whole transformation and making it a much better experience for applicants, for licensees, to not only navigate and submit the required information and data to the board, but also have that validation and such. So then applications can be submitted and processed more quickly and things along those lines. But just really quick, a pathway forward, as opposed to other options of trying to completely replace your system from system automation to some other solution or whatnot. We're going to be providing basically a kind of a mini proposal or whatnot to really address how we can provide this digital transformation to the board with estimates both in time and investment, and such for things like enhanced reporting and basically kind of the timelines and how we can go about that, as well as delivering that enhanced case management and online services capabilities to the existing system. And then certainly underscore all that with ongoing support and training for staff so that they can get the most out of the solution that is available with us now. So any other questions, comments, suggestions?
Madam President, if I could, this is Adrian, Director of Operations. I just wanted to thank Brian, Will, and Nick for doing this marvelous presentation for us today. That was actually the first time I've seen that reporting tool. So Carol knows because we talk about it frequently. We have this like vision of a screen we could walk in and look at it in the morning with all of our statistics and and Linda could pull up the information that she needs for her people, and not always having reports be an IT thing. We're driving towards this data first initiative, on the state level, on the agency level, and being able to do the graphical type presentations of information, I think is really important in today's age, and being able to export them and use them in various ways is critically important. Another thing to point out is the mobile first initiatives that a lot of the states are doing. We've seen some other comparisons that may or may not be able to attain that out of the box. So, we think that that's really important. Colton had pulled some statistics just off of our website. Oh gosh, it's probably been a year or more ago now, but we're having well over half of our visitors are coming in via phones and iPads and those sorts of things. So, it's important to look at that as a perspective. Being able to securely upload documents is critical. Being able to take complaints online is critical. And then the investigative team has been more than patient to get a solution. And so if we were to throw this out, so to speak, and start all over, we are starting all over. Where if we're layering on and adding on new functionality to accommodate it, we're going to get to the result we want, hopefully quicker. So there's different comparisons. We're going to look at that and do the modeling. But I guess what I wanted to do was just present the two options to the board and let you see them and ask any questions of us, of the vendors and business partners. And that's what we hope to do today.
Well, thanks for the opportunity, Adrian. And we welcome any questions or needs for clarification. And certainly when it comes to reporting, if you want to learn more, do another deep dive on that and learn how you could report yourself to death, or if you want to have the investigative team really go into a little more deep dive with regards to how we can support them and how their processes are, we welcome that opportunity as your partner. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just as one last comment, I do want to thank the system automation team. You heard the compressed timeline for getting the APRN changes in place, and they have been working with Tony, behind the scenes on getting things ready. And he texted me, "Yeah, we're going to be ready." So they've been there for us, and that's really an important thing. When you're under pressure and need something, whether or not it's a technical issue or just something you're trying to accomplish, it's really nice to pick up a phone and somebody answer. That's really nice. So thank you guys.
Thank you all. Very nice to meet you all.
Nice to meet
We
you.
appreciate the opportunity.
Yeah.
Thanks for the partner.
Take care.
Bye.
Thank you, Adrian. We appreciate you organizing all that and facilitating that. So that was a great presentation. Any questions for Adrian before we move on? All right. I think our next presentation is from KNAP.
You'll need to let her in, Colton.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Oh,
Welcome.
cool. Thank you. Adrian, are you able to upload the presentation? I rely on him for my technological skills.
Well, that's good because I'm relying on Colton. So.
Oh, okay, good. Well, there you go. Symbiotic relationship. I like it. Wonderful. Are you guys able to see that as well?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. And then do I have the ability to switch slides? Just want to make sure before.
I think we'll have to switch that for you probably.
Oh, okay, no problem, no problem. Well, good afternoon, board. Thank you so much for letting me speak with you today. It's definitely my pleasure. So I just kind of wanted to give you guys a little bit of a brief overview. I'm not sure how familiar you guys are with KNAP or the Kansas Nurse Assistance Program, or kind of the relationship between KNAP and Ksbn. So hopefully today my objective is to give you guys a little bit, a brief overview. Out of respect for your time, I will try to be as brief as possible. But if you want to go to the next slide, Adrian or Colton.
Sorry about that. I just realized I've been
no
muted this whole
problem,
time.
no problem. So I always start with just a little bit of background. I'm a firm believer in you guys kind of full transparency as far as me. But my name is Megan Kelly. I am the program manager for KNAP. I have been in this role since about May of 2019, so a little over 3 years. A little bit of background about myself. So I graduated with my BSN from Rutgers University back in, we'll just say a little while ago. And then I graduated with my doctorate of nursing practice for psychiatric mental health nurse practitioner from KU Medical Center in 2020. So as far as my background goes, mental health, I've kind of always been a psychiatric nurse. Mental health and substance abuse have both been kind of my areas of specialty and kind of my passion, if you will. And my doctoral project was all about how nurse burnout affects not only the nurses themselves, but also the patients and who we help as well. So as far as kind of background, I've kind of done inpatient, outpatient, kind of done a slew of different things related to the mental health field. And then of course, I am a mom, so I will be bragging and put pictures of my kids up. So I have 2 children, 3.5, and then 18 months old. So these are a little old. I need to update the pictures, but that's kind of a little bit of background about myself. So if you want to go to the next slide, kind of just wanted to briefly talk about impairment. So as far as what that definition looks like, as you can see, the inability to practice with reasonable skill and safety due to physical or mental disabilities, including deterioration through the aging process, loss of motor skills, or abuse of drugs or alcohol. As you can see, and kind of what the data and statistics show, the most common cause of impairment is abuse of alcohol and/or drugs. So when we kind of look at impairment, what is, I think, so important is, as we know, all healthcare professionals need to be aware of safety issues that can occur when an individual is impaired. As far as that goes, we have a duty and obligation to report an individual we suspect of being impaired for many different reasons. This impairment can lead to many devastating problems, not only for the nurse themselves, but also for the patients that we take care of as well. Allowing a nurse to be able to practice impaired, of course, is a violation of our nursing ethics. And ultimately, it puts our patients at risk and the organizations that they work for at risk as well as the board. So what I kind of, again, wanted to kind of discuss further with you, as far as reporting an individual, it's kind of well understood that attempting to intervene or report can be kind of a challenging thing for those individuals, whether it be the employer, a coworker, a family member. And we really try to kind of use a team approach, if you will, with the nursing or with the nurse, and kind of work with the supervisors as well, or the coworkers, because as many of you know, nursing is very much kind of like a second family, or, you know, your coworkers can be that way. So I can definitely understand and appreciate the challenges that come along with trying to call someone out, or, you know, reporting concerns and causes of impairment. So if you want to go to the next slide. So the ANA Code of Ethics states, you know, in a situation where a nurse suspects another's practice may be impaired, the nurse's duty is to take action designed both to protect patients and to assure that the impaired individual receives assistance in regaining optimal function. So nurses in all roles should advocate for colleagues whose job performance may be impaired to ensure that they receive appropriate assistance, treatment, and access to fair institutional and legal processes. This includes supporting the return of practice, return to practice of the individual who has sought assistance and is ready to resume professional duties. So according to, and we'll kind of get into this, but according to the ANA, it's estimated that between 10 to 15% of nursing professionals struggle with some form of impairment, whether it be mental health issues, substance abuse issues, or they're currently in recovery themselves. So, you know, I think it's hard sometimes and challenging, but it's important to understand that substance abuse and impairment can affect anyone. As nurses, we are not above that. Actually, we are almost predisposed to it due to a lot of stressors that take place. So we really need to be very vigilant and prepared to be able to recognize, identify, and respond to fellow nurses, coworkers, any of those things in order to protect the public and really to help the struggling nurse. So that is kind of what our goal at KNAP is as well. If you want to go to the next slide. So it leads us to kind of the top substances of abuse that we see. So alcohol is definitely the number one, followed by opioids, amphetamines, cocaine, and then cannabis use. So again, kind of the statistics show, especially now we're kind of hopefully moving post, you know, COVID, or living, you know, living with COVID a little bit more than we were 3 years ago. We kind of have the perfect combination of stressful risk factors. So if you think about it, nurse burnout, increased patient acuity, especially over the past few years, increased workload, short staffing, emotional exhaustion, all of these things can lead to increased stress, which will then eventually lead to people looking for coping mechanisms to try to help with that stress. So all of these really kind of culminate into this huge major problem for nurses, especially. So these, again, are the major substances that we are seeing as far as nurses and substance use. So you can go to the next one, please. These are, again, just some additional drugs of abuse that we do see. I will say fentanyl has increased definitely over probably the last 3 years as far as use or diversion. That one I kind of like to point out a little bit more, but you can go ahead and next slide, please. So now I kind of want to generally go over some signs and symptoms that we look for that, you know, we kind of help educate employers, coworkers, all of that on. There are many things that can lead to impairment, as I kind of discussed: mental, physical fatigue, burnout, you know, having actual, you know, personal injury could be one, excessive workload. So all of these kind of lead to some various signs and symptoms to look for. So the next couple slides will kind of go over some different signs and symptoms. By no means is this an all-inclusive list, but if you want to go ahead and get to the next slide. So these are some physical signs, you know, slurred speech, diaphoresis, watery eyes, nervousness, weight loss or weight changes, increasing carelessness about, you know, their appearance. So how I kind of like to just explain why nurses are more predisposed, if you will, to substance use. As again, the last 3 years have shown us, you know, the nursing field has had to go through tremendous change, and we have really had to work on our resilience through kind of throughout these stressful times. And oftentimes with resilience, we as individuals try to work with, try to develop coping mechanisms to get us through and to kind of attempt almost to cover up if there are any issues. And so nurses especially, you know, we are always involved with taking care of others, you know, putting others first. And that oftentimes leads to putting ourselves, you know, on the tier lower. So, you know, these are just, again, some more physical signs. If you want to go to the next slide, it kind of discusses the behavioral signs. Thank you. So some of these could be frequent reports of illness, accidents. Sometimes people will be very isolated or kind of a dramatic change in how they have been communicating with others, complaints from others about the individual's work performance, difficulty meeting deadlines, you know, frequent complaints of pain, lying or denial of a problem of impairment is definitely a big one, especially kind of early on. Next slide, please. Kind of leads us to some practice issues. So some of this could be, again, improperly performed procedures. Patient and family complaints, I will say, is not as often as you will see some of these other things, such as you know, changes in competency or tardiness, absenteeism, calling out to work is, you know, definitely one that I have a lot of individuals, you know, report. Increased narcotic sign-outs, discrepancies with narcotic record or, you know, of the patient record, errors in judgment. Again, you know, all of these are kind of concerning signs, or maybe, if you will, red flags regarding, you know, possible impairment. So then the next page or next slide kind of leads us to what exactly is KNAP. So we were established in 1988, and KNAP stands for the Kansas Nurse Assistance Program. We are, you know, kind of an IPP or an impaired provider program that's designed to assist all nurses and mental health technicians in the state of Kansas who may have a problem or illness that could impair their ability to practice safely. So KNAP is overseen by a voluntary board of directors. We have a KNAP board, and we contract through the Kansas State Board of Nursing. So our KNAP board is comprised of nurses, healthcare professionals that kind of have a wide array of experience and backgrounds that are very knowledgeable when it comes to substance abuse, impairment, and addiction. And again, they are willing to donate their time, their expertise to kind of assist nurses in Kansas. So next slide, please. So the relationship between KNAP and the KSBN, like I said, the KNAP program contracts with the Kansas State Board of Nursing to provide the monitoring program services. We do receive partial funding from the Board of Nursing for participant fees. And in essence, KNAP is a confidential program with cooperation and compliance of KNAP requirements. First-time participants have the ability to not be reported to the Board of Nursing. So next slide, we'll kind of talk about what is reported to the board. So these are just kind of several things. So lack of cooperation. So if they, you know, have been reported to us and they decide to never call us back, never contact us, we would report that to the Board of Nursing. Any non-compliance with their KNAP agreement, which is kind of like a KNAP contract, if you will, all violations of the KNAP agreement or contract, any and all behaviors that give any concern of safety in patient care. Of course, we're mandated, or I'm, you know, mandated reporter as far as any reports of abuse or neglect, anything that would endanger patients or the nurses themselves. Immediate danger or grave danger would be reported to the Board of Nursing. Successful closure of KNAP files. So if they are known to the Board of Nursing and they have completed the program, they've done what they needed to do, and they've been released, the board is notified that they have been been closed successfully. And then of course, any and all unsuccessful KNAP file closures are also reported to the Board of Nursing. So next up is just kind of, I like to include just some pictures and stuff, but nursing demands, again, as we know, and I know as you guys have seen as well, nursing demands and patient acuity have steadily increased every single year. And really, stress is the #1 cause of relapse. That is the one thing. Data shows that nurses that are leaving the field, stress and burnout are one of the top five reasons why nurses are leaving the field. So I can't stress enough, on, again, my kind of mindset and ideology is we have to help the individuals who are struggling, to help them get back on the right track, help them to be able to practice successfully, but also be successful in their lives as well. So that is kind of my ideology, and really, again, kind of what the program, also sees. So next up, please. So the goal of KNAP, as I had kind of discussed, at any given time, we have anywhere, 15 to 20% of the nursing professionals who are affected by substance use or some form of impairment. And so, we work with the participants to do several things: obtain an evaluation, obtain treatment if needed or if applicable, and providing monitoring and support through the recovery process. So again, research shows the more support an individual has while going through recovery, the greater chance they have of preventing relapse and being successful. Next slide, please. So referrals to KNAP, self-referrals to the program are encouraged, but referrals can be made by a family member, a friend, an employer, supervisor, anyone concerned about the nurse or the mental health technician. Typically, we do not accept anonymous referrals. We, of course, also take referrals from the Board of Nursing as well. So a person can call for information or advice, or a family member can without necessarily giving their name. But we usually will take those referrals through our main phone number, which is the 236-7575. So next slide, please. So evaluation, what is an evaluation? Once that referral has been made, notification is then sent to the individual to obtain an evaluation, and also to sign, appropriate or pertinent releases of information for the evaluator, for their current employer, if they have one, for the Board of Nursing. And we have, the nice thing I will say about, being established since 1988 is that we have really had a chance to be able to kind of look at our evaluators throughout the state, and we have a really good, strong network of evaluators, who are aware of kind of the KNAP program, what our requirements are, what we're all about, and be able to provide kind of a sound, thorough assessment. So this again is used to kind of help and determine additional information, additional pertinent information going on prior to us making any sort of recommendations for monitoring, again, if applicable. So once we receive that evaluation, that is when we kind of move forward with determining what type of monitoring, if monitoring is needed. So the two main programs we have for KNAP is our 1 year, which we kind of call extended evaluation, and then our kind of typical 3-year monitoring program. So our 1 year, as you can see, how I like to describe the extended evaluation for individuals who may not necessarily have been diagnosed with, let's say, a substance use disorder or have a specific diagnosis, but there are still a lot of concerns regarding their ability to practice safely. Maybe if they were not fully transparent, or the evaluator noticed there were some discrepancies with their side of things, their story, again, things aren't, lining up. This is, if you will, kind of a period for us to be able to further assess and further evaluate, if you will, if there are any concerns or pertinent concerns with their ability to practice. So as you can see, there's fewer requirements. Drug screens, of course, are required. Employer reports, where we get notification from their employer and kind of get updates regarding their practice. And then, of course, if they're on any medications, any prescriptions, they would have to submit documentation to us. So our 3-year program is mainly for individuals who have been diagnosed with, impairment or a substance use disorder diagnosis. And so part of this, again, the random drug screens, as you can see, still part, the employer reports. There are several other, as you can see, kind of some additional monitoring requirements for our 3-year program. One of them is to attend 2 12-step meetings per week. So these, again, of their choosing, and there are millions of meetings throughout the state, throughout nationwide even. that are, based in that 12-step program. And why, I have many participants who ask, why do I have to go through this? I don't want, I don't like 12-step. Again, I try to educate them that 12-step meetings, the data again shows, help provide an additional support system. And that aspect of accountability is so important when it comes to recovery of an individual, that it again just leads to that added layer of support that helps prevent relapse, decrease stress, and provide that support and that community around that individual to help in recovery. In addition to that, we do require a monthly monitoring meeting with KNAP staff. This is where they are able to basically update us. We have, participants throughout the state. And they are able to kind of update us on things going on, if there's any concerns, how their month has been going, how their recovery has been going. And then in addition to that, we do require what's called a 6-month key restriction or longer. So this is where they basically, for a period of 6 months while we're actively working as a nurse, they are not able to have access to or administer any controlled medications for that period. And that is something that, again, is followed up on and ensured that that is the case. Part of this, I try to, again, explain, is not a punitive thing. Research shows that when individuals are around them, around those medications, especially early on in recovery, it can be incredibly trying, incredibly tempting, and we are trying to help set them up for success and not failure. So that is kind of where the rationale for that key restriction comes from. And then, of course, providing prescriptions if they are on any current medications. So under both of these, any additional treatment recommendations are also required or recommended. So this would be if, let's say, they needed to be in intensive outpatient substance abuse treatment or weekly individual therapy, those kinds of things we also incorporate into their program and ensure that they complete those. So next up. So I know we kind of discussed a little bit, but as far as the KNAP program requirements, all expectations are outlined in that KNAP agreement that they sign initially when they come in. I also have a conversation with every individual that comes in to kind of explain the general expectations, let them know what is coming, what the program is, all of that so that they have an idea. And then, of course, they, receive a copy of that agreement as well. Drug screens. So urine is considered the gold standard for drug testing, even ahead of blood, hair, saliva. It is just kind of the most reliable, if you will. We, of course, do observe drug screens. And then, we have the ability, if so choose or, at the discretion, where if we do want to add a blood test or a hair test or anything like that, we are, permitted to do so. Quarterly employer reports, like I said, kind of provide detailed information to us. The 12-step meetings provide additional support, and then the monthly monitoring is, a way for us to meet directly with the individual and kind of the other nurses in KNAP as well. So next up. So I kind of like to just address the COVID-19 impact. As most people, it's affected everyone. So as of March 2020, we did amend some of our requirements that are currently in effect through August of this year. So we have allowed for teleconference monthly monitoring meetings. Online or telephone 12-step meetings have also been approved and permitted as long as they're able to, provide corresponding documentation. And most online 12-step meetings do provide like verification emails. So it's pretty easy as far as, the access to them. And then we have throughout this time, the drug screens have not changed really. The testing sites have remained open throughout, and we have utilized oral saliva drug screens as well for various participants if necessary, for example, if they're on quarantine or things like that. Next slide, please. So as far as kind of a breakdown, as of May 31st, we currently have about 155 participants in KNAP. So this is including our intake, our 1 year, and then our 3-year programs. Currently, we have no mental health technicians in KNAP. And then as far as kind of the breakdown, substance abuse is still the primary cause for referral. And about 70% of our referrals come from the Board of Nursing. 30% would be kind of other, which would be self-referrals, employer, colleague, family, that kind of stuff. Next slide, please. I know we kind of briefly discussed the KNAP board, so I'll be super quick about it. But the KNAP board sets policy and procedure for KNAP, of course, with frequent review and update. As I had said, previously, we contract with the Board of Nursing. And, our board really does consist of a wide array of individuals, which I think is really nice to kind of have different experience and kind of backgrounds to be able to help set that policy and procedure. So next up. So contact information. So there's only really one new additional thing since I had submitted this in the in early June. I'm not sure how familiar you guys are, but our previous executive director, Alan Murray, passed away unexpectedly at kind of the end of February, early March. So, in the meantime, I was kind of the interim HAPN and KNAP executive director. Since that time, the KNAP has hired a new individual as the executive director. Her name's Leslie C. Western. She just started a week and a half ago, so that's why her information wasn't up here when I had submitted. But I'm, really excited to have her on the team, and I think she's going to do wonderful things. So, other than that, this is kind of our contact information should you have any questions or need to reach out at all. And then I just have a couple more slides, and then I promise I will be I will be done. So like I said, our mindset and ideology, we really want to help nurses heal and move from the shame of addiction into the strength of recovery. So, what I have seen is there is just so much guilt associated with substance use and shame, really, that it's very, very hard for individuals to move forward from that and come to terms with it and be able to be successful. And so that is one thing that we really try to strive for, is to try to help the individuals move on, get on the right track, and be successful in their lives and their careers. And then my last slide. Addiction, I really like this. Addiction is the only disease that tries to convince you that you don't have it. I just think that's very poignant and powerful. But other than that, I don't have anything else. Does anybody have any questions, comments, concerns? Again, thank you so much for letting me speak with you today. I really appreciate it.
Megan, this is Rebecca Sander. I'm chair of the investigative committee.
Hello.
We hear occasional comments about the cost. Can you give us some idea out-of-pocket costs for them when they enter?
Sure. So as far as the cost goes, so on average, our participants pay a monthly fee of $65 to be in the program. This would be a fee, associated monthly for their participation. And then the only other associated or added cost would be payment for their drug screens, which again, I try to give them a general idea, anywhere between $50 to $55 per drug screen. That's for the collection fee, as well as the actual fee associated with the panel that we use and all of that. I definitely hear that as well. We have tried to be as, I hate to say trim the fat. That's a terrible way of putting it, but we have tried to do that as best as possible, because cost, I completely understand and appreciate. And that's one thing I feel very strongly about, is I want to have a happy medium, right? I want to have where the nurses can enter into the program, be successful, but also be able to afford it, because, failure to pay for a drug screen is not necessarily a reason that we can say, oh, okay, well, since you can't pay, maybe next time, So I really do, as far as kind of, I think nationwide, our fees and costs are pretty consistent with other assistance programs throughout the nation as well. So, we really do take that into account and into consideration as much as possible. We work with, as I think I had said, a network of providers throughout the state who also offer treatment services at kind of a lower cost, or a sliding scale fee, which I think also helps in that. But, as far as those kind of fees and the drug screens itself, I'm not sure that we're able to lower it anymore, just from kind of the financial side of things, but also just from the costs associated with drug screens. We're kind of, I hate to say, we're kind of at not a loss, but an impasse, if you will, for that. So we definitely do take it into consideration. We've never, all I will say is we've never kicked an individual out of our program. Like if let's say they lose their job 3 months into it, and they can't pay the monthly fees, I can tell you we've never once kicked an individual out. But I do share that those drug screens, number one, have to be done, period. There's no wiggle room on that for kind of obvious reasons. So hopefully that kind of answers your question a little bit.
Thank you, Megan.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you, Rebecca. Any other questions?
Well, thank you very much for being here,
Thank
Megan.
you so much. It was my pleasure. You all take care. Have a good rest of your day.
Thanks, you too. Okay. Well, we're getting down to the tail end of our agenda. Let's talk about any agenda items for our September meeting. We did decide we'd be in person. I anticipate having potentially an update from CE Broker again. Anything, Carol and I will bring back a update from the annual meeting for NCSBN, and Adrian, you'll probably help us with that too. Anything else? All right. Well, I really appreciate everyone's participation. Thank you very much for being here. I hope you have a great rest of the summer, and we'll plan to see everyone in September.
Thank you.
Thank you.